Greetings, fellow travelers, fellow fans of fantasy, and welcome to the first annual Elf Stream. Right here in the middle of the wilderness, surrounded by the ancient spirits, we will hear all about the elves of the past, elves of the present, as well as elves of the future. It would be pretty dope if I managed to do that all the stream, right? But no, I'm not gonna talk like that all the stream. Hello and welcome to the Elf stream. Now, what is this? What to expect from it? Well, to put it simply, I wanted to maybe change or retcon the elves that I have in the RuneHack world. What exactly is RuneHack? Those who are watching me on a regular basis or talk with me, not on streams but offline, probably know about it already. It's my cyberpunk fantasy world, and in it I have plenty of fantasy races, which I selected mostly based on what I liked or didn't like all that much. Actually, I selected only the ones that I really liked. No space for the gnomes. No space for anything else. Anyway, one more thing and I will start the stream proper. So what is this gonna be? It's gonna be a research stream. Hooray! The thing that everyone in the world likes so very much. Here's the thing that started it. I made a tier list where I ordered the media franchises that feature elves based on how their elves are, how much I like their elves. Now, what exactly is an elf? To keep long story short, it's the pointy-eared, nature-loving type of people. Yay, so very specific. Let's just get through this tier list really quickly. I was too lazy to make the proper tier list with images and stuff. I'm gonna go off the top of my head. F tier, Harry Potter. Look, I don't want this to be my elf. I am sorry. I know some people like the Harry Potter franchise. Hello, mate. Hello, JJ. Uh, but this is not what I want to see. Oh no, AI images. Please hide them. This is not what I want to think about when someone mentions the elf. So that is absolutely the F tier. No thanks. Okay, moving on. We have Munchkin, Nimble 5e, and The Witcher. Okay, I don't have much personal experience with all of these, but very briefly, in The Witcher, it boils down to they are mostly gone, they are from another world, and they are protecting the nature or something. They're I'm I'm not evaluating them based on how they are portrayed or how different they are from humanity. I am ranking them here based on which one would be the most interesting to play, which one has the mechanics that would allow the players to play it the most differently. That's why The Witcher is gonna be a D tier for me, along with, I'm sorry, Nimble 5e and Munchkin. And those two I know so little about that I will have to look them up again. Let me just look into my notes. Munchkin. Okay, they know how to escape faster from a fight, which is truly underwhelming. I'm sorry, but if that's your defining characteristic, it's not gonna rank high in my list. That being said, Munchkin is a simple card game, so it's not making the game any worse. I'm just saying that its elves are, eh, you know. As for the Nimble 5e, they have the advantage for initiative, they are a little faster, they know Elvish if their intelligence is not negative. It is underwhelming. I I want something more than that because this if I said that it is fast humans, oh yeah, totally, that could totally work. The faster humans. Okay. Okay. Just had to reply to a little something and back to the list. So that's the D tier covered. I've put Lord of the Rings on the C tier. I have a feeling that the Tolkien fans would be arguing with me, like, how dare I make such statements? But here's the thing, I see the C tier as default, as average, as this is the minimum that I expect from you, and if you are doing worse than that, wow, yeah, that's not gonna be good. That's why I put Lord of the Rings in there. What are the defining characteristics of the elves in the Lord of the Rings? Well, they live a long time. What else? Um, well, you could also say that they age slower, sure, but those both are something that is gonna be easily forgotten in a over the course of a game, because yeah, of course you are unaging, just like everyone else in your group. It's not like the game is taking place over weeks or something. So that aging is something that people will easily forget. That's my point here. Uh, Same thing goes for the D&D 5th edition. The biggest difference there is that uh, instead of being a non-sleeping race or whatever, the elves in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, while I'm talking about it again, um, they... how do I put it? Oh yeah, trance. That's what they have. They have the ability to sleep half as much and feel refreshed. Also, it's technically not sleep, it's just them dreamlessly being awake, pondering stuff, whatever. Okay, so that's Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition covered. Now, Elder Scrolls. Let's have a look. I don't know how reputable all these sources are, but screw it, I'm just gonna get a very brief overview. I've ranked Elves of the Elder Scrolls series on C tier because gameplay wise, there aren't interesting mechanics that I can recall off the top of my head, but let's see. Okay, I don't want to click on the Orsimer because I think that's the orcs. Actually, you know what, screw it. Mer are overall the elves of the Elder Scrolls, right? They have multiple races, of course. Actually, you know what? Instead of these, let's just first have a look at their page and judge it based off that. So we have Altmer, who are the High Elves, I believe. Yeah, High one. Okay, that's fine. What racial abilities or features do they have? By game, let's say Skyrim, because that should be. Actually, no, there's online. Maybe in online they will have something more interesting. So, online passive racial abilities. Highborn, increased experience gain with the destruction staff skill. Okay. Spell recharge, restore magic hour stamina based on whichever is lowest. Uh, increase your maximum magicka, increase spell damage. Not, not that interesting if I'm being honest. It's just general buffs to. Yes, I'm ranking them based on which ones I find the most interesting. Like which ones I think would make for the most interesting race to play as in tabletop role-playing games. Uh, this is this is a great example of what I'm talking about. If I were to give you these types of bonuses and say that you are playing uh, magical humans or magically adept humans, well, yeah, you would believe it. None of this feels very elvish, other than just, oh, elves are supposed to be magical. So, yeah, Altmer, eh, I don't. Okay, here is pretty much the same thing. All races start with this particular spell. Oh, weird. Regenerate Magicka faster and passive increase in Magicka by 50 points. Yeah, so they are once again just better at magic. It's. Yeah, I have mixed ish feelings on that, which you will see in a bit. Next up, we have the Bosmer, the Wood Elves. Okay, now let's have a look at the Wood Elves in Online and Skyrim. Online Wood Elves have Acrobat, Bow Skill, increased Stamina Recovery, increased Poison and Disease Resistance, improved Stealth Radius by something. It's okay, also not that impressive to me. Um, where are the racial benefits here? Oh, here. Command animal. Make an animal an ally for 60 seconds. Resist disease and poison. Yeah, it's it's not that interesting in my personal opinion. Again, imagine if I gave you, I don't know, wood gnomes race or maybe even a forest dwarf type thing, and you would be like, yeah, okay, animal companions, that makes sense, and poison resistance, maybe for living in wilderness, sure. The one unique thing I know about Bosmer specifically is that they practice. Uh, they are carnivorous, I believe. In other words, they are such protectors of nature that they go out of their way to not eat plant life. They will only eat meat, only consume living, uh, what was part of a living creature. And I have a feeling maybe even cannibalism? The Green Pact. The Bosmer allegedly made the pact with Hifre, the forest deity. The Bosmer were religiously carnivorous and cannibalistic as a result of the Green Pact, a central portion of the Bosmer faith. The Green Pact is never explicitly shown, but in its simplest form, it sets these rules down. Bosmer may only consume meat-based products and are forbidden to harm any plant of their own betterment. As a result of these stipulations, Bosmer are dependent on either stone or imported timber for construction purposes. It impacts Bosmeri cuisine, combat and weaponry, developed methods for fermenting meat and milk to develop powerful alcoholic beverages, and weapons such as bows uh, are often treated and shaped bones. Most notable about Bosmeri combat is their stipulation that a combatant must consume an enemy's corpse within 3 days of killing them. Their families are allowed to help eat the kill. This has led to changes in approaches to combat, such as fasting and planning family feasts following a battle. They also cannot smoke anything of a vegetable nature. Bone pipes are common, however, and are filled with caterpillars or tree grubs. So, pretty much this. This is the biggest reason why I've put them on the C tier. If it wasn't for this, I would see just high elves are more magical. Wood elves are uh, faster and can befriend animals and stuff. What's making Dunmer special? I know they also have lore about how they were cursed in the first place and stuff, but let's see. Uh, Dual wielding, magicka and stamina maximum, fire damage resistance, and spell power of fire effects. It's not great. This feels boring. And yeah, the lore behind them is also gonna give them a bit of a bump. I don't remember it off the top of my head exactly. Let's see. 50% resistance to fire. Opponent that gets too close takes 8 points per second of fire damage. Uh, yeah, not great. Like fire elves, I guess. But I know that they were cursed by some deity or Daedric prince. So, you know what? Cool lore. And that's just the three main elves. Then there is the orcs, which, for the sake of this stream, I will not include the orcs because I see orcs as a separate thing. I find it neat that the Elder Scrolls considers orcs a type of an elf. It explains a lot of stuff, but I'm skipping that for the sake of my own sanity. Then there are sea elves, which I would assume are just attuned to water, have water breathing, swimming speed, and such. Uh, there are the Aldmer, which are, I guess, the first elves? Hmm. Just trying to see if there's anything important for me here. Probably not. Eyelids, Chimer, that's the changed ones. Okay, so this is probably something to do with uh, the Dunmer, the Dark Elves. Dwemer are the dwarves, of course. Uh, it's I don't even know if I am to consider these dwarves or elves, but I'm not gonna develop that too hard. Uh, Technically, you also have Bretons, who are kind of half elves, half humans, and all that matters here is that they are more attuned to magic. And Falmer, of course. Yeah, fine. Okay, that's why these go into C tier. And speaking of C tier, Daggerheart. I had a chance to play Daggerheart this weekend. It is neat. My concerns with Daggerheart have been somewhat confirmed. I would probably be able to judge it better if I were to play it for a longer time. What matters is their reactions are better and they can make an extra downtime move. So, yeah, okay, comparable to the OGs, I guess. Fine. Delicious in dungeon. Uh, they have some extra innate magical proficiency, longer lifespan, and that's pretty much it. Now, speaking of stuff I am biased about, Frieren is pretty much the same as Delicious in Dungeon. Greater magical potential or something, and longer lifespan. Here the catch is just that I I like Frieren as a story. It's told really well. From the perspective of Frieren, it's making perfect sense. I I'm gonna rate it as a B tier just because it is a better story. By the way, are you open to elf-like races? Does it have to be fantasy exclusive? I am open to elf-like races. If you have suggestions for me to check out, please do. I will get to the honorable mentions right after I cover all of the base elves here. Now then, anime elves tend to be very close to D&D elves. Correct. Yes. I know that there are... I know I haven't watched all of the anime that features elves. I know there is one that features elves prominently that I should have probably watched, but I haven't had time to do that yet. Okay. Right, I had the dagger hard open right here. Gain advantage on the reaction roll and additional downtime move. Yeah, we can also check the text here. Humanoids with pointed ears and acutely attuned senses. And I just realized I am not even visible all this time. Hold on. Where's my thingy magic? Bingo. I should be visible now. Okay, I know I'm covering the text, but I will read it for you anyway. Their ears vary in size and pointed shape. As they age, their tips begin to droop. While elves come in a wide range of body types, they are all fairly tall, with heights ranging from about 6 to 6.5 feet. All elves have the ability to drop into a celestial trance rather than sleep. This allows them to rest effectively in a short amount of time. Some elves possess what is known as a mystic form, which occurs when an elf has dedicated themselves to the study or protection of the natural world so deeply that their physical form changes. These characteristics can include celestial freckles, the presence of leaves, vines, or flowers in their hair, eyes that flicker like fire, and more. Sometimes, these traits are inherited from parents, but if an elf changes their environment or magical focus, their appearance changes over time. Because elves live for about 350 years, these traits can shift more than once throughout their lifespan. Dragon Age elves. Yes, I will get to those for sure. Because I do have a shortcut that I will make sure to check. For now, let's cover the stuff that I'm at least vaguely familiar with. Shadowrun elves. I haven't played Shadowrun. Why did Shadowrun elves? I haven't played anything Shadowrun, but I've looked into it since I write something really similar. And what I find really interesting about these is... Where is it? Okay, so this is the type of thing that the Shadowrun does with its races. Here you have Dryads, who are supernatural charisma and grace, close, almost symbiotic relationship with their environment. These are basically subtypes of elves based on real life mythologies and stuff. They are called meta variants, and every race in the world of Shadowrun has them. Let's just see if I can find any more. Mm-hmm. Categories, meta-humanity. Okay, let's have a look at the orcs. I think that should be a good example. We have meta variants of orcs that are hobgoblins, so Middle Eastern orc variant. We have the ogres, who are European orc subgroup. We have the Japanese orcs, who are Oni. And we have satyrs, who are Mediterranean orcs. Furthermore, there is HMHVV. I forget what exactly that stands for, but I think it's like human, meta-human, virus, something. Which is, think of it like vampirism. So if you have them with stage 1 HMHVV infection, the orcs become Wendigos. At the second stage, they become Grendel. And at third stage, like all humans and metahumans, they become ghouls. Grendel is something like this, for example. Uh, okay, let's see. Human, metahuman, vampiric virus. There we go, that's it. So, hold on, I don't want it to keep scrolling down like that. Okay, so over here we have the table of what happens when people are, or actually even animals, are infected with the human, metahuman, vampiric virus. Humans turn into vampires, elves turn into banshees, dwarves turn into goblins, that is surprising to me. Orcs can turn into wendigos, trolls turn into this, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Let's have a look, just out of curiosity. Yeah, that looks pretty freaky. I guess it's North American thingy. Sasquatch turns into a Jabberwock, that is unexpected for me. Centaurs turn into Chirons, Meros into Nibi Nabe, Naga turn into Lamias, Engineered I don't even know what that is. I guess like artificially created something, turned into chupacabra. And koalas only have the second variant, which turns them into drop bears. I find that hilarious personally. The fact that drop bears are canonical in Shadowrun universe is funny to me and disturbing, but mostly funny. And you see what's going on here. This is what they do for the variants of vampires. How about Star Trek's Vulcans and Romulans Drow? Okay, I will have a look at those as well. What I wanted to say is that these variants of the elves are pretty much the biggest reason why I put them on the beat here, because it does something newer that I don't see all that often with the elves. So it takes the base of an elf and asks, how could they be different in a different part of the world? In Africa, they are Vakiambi. There is not even an illustration here, but I'm pretty sure that is based on a real myth. No. Okay, maybe not even a real myth. Never mind that then. Nocturna, the night ones, and so on and so forth. Long story short, a firm beat here from my point of view. World of Warcraft is a borderline case for me, because if I were to look at all elves overall, I would say, maybe not. But first of all, they are kind of descended from the trolls, or maybe evolutionarily evolved from trolls, which I find pretty interesting for a start. Also, the ability for the night elves to go invisible when they stay motionless. Not sure if it's just in the dark or even in the daylight, but being invisible just from being motionless is kind of iconic to me. I feel like if that was the case for a whole nation of people, they would be acting very differently. Their culture would be very different. And finally, we get to the A tier of the elves that are called elves. First, we have the Divinity Original Sin 2. The elves who, from what little I remember, gain memories from meat that they consume, which is another case of elves which accept cannibalism perfectly fine. So that's interesting to me, as well as the Drawsteel's elves, which can change their body in a very minor way. It's a little detail, but I think that would shape their culture so significantly. With Freerun and the Delicious Intention, I could imagine how their culture would be shaped differently. World of Warcraft elves, yeah, to an extent also, like they consume magic. The Blood Elves are addicted to magic, so they gather around places where a potent source of magic lies. Okay, fair enough. Shadowrun elves have all these variants that just I find fascinating. And the rest of it, okay, the Lord of the Rings elves have their culture, which is pretty much the reason why Lord of the Rings exists. The rest of it is just okay, with the exception of Elder Scrolls. If I had a tier between B and C, Elder Scrolls would be right there in the middle, I think. And that depends mostly on how much stuff I know about these elves. That being said, I have a shortcut. And that shortcut is the dreaded TV tropes. Yes. Now, I could read this page up from top to bottom, and I probably will over the course of this, but In the interest of addressing what JJ talks about, let's see if Star Trek will be there. No, Vulcans? Nope. Romeo, Romulands? Nope. Okay. Hmm. TV tropes, Vulcans. TV tropes, Romulans. Hmm. Okay, maybe this will do. Vulcan is a strong man that is used to show that emotion is better than logic. Okay, okay, I see. Okay, I will have to have a look at these. Not TV tropes! Oh yes, TV tropes, that's right. We are making research here. This is the research stream. Welcome. Okay. Vulcans were warp-capable humanoid species from the planet Vulcan, strict adherence to logic, remarkable stoicism. Founding member of the United Federation of Planets. Vulcans were known by the Borg as species 3259. Alright. Physiology. Vulcans were generally similar to humans in appearance, distinguished mainly by their pointed ears and upswept eyebrows. Their skin color was most commonly pale with a bronze or greenish tint, though some had brown skin. Vulcan physiognomy could resemble humans of European, Asian, or African descent. Hold on, let me just zoom in. Most Vulcans had straight, glossy black hair, though brown and or curly hair was also possible. Vulcans had body hair similar to humans, and some males could be very hirsute. I don't know what hirsute means. Oh, hairy. I I had no idea. If anyone else had an idea that that's what the word hirsute means, do say so. Mm. Vulcan males were capable of growing facial hair, but most chose to shave it. Okay. Vulcan teeth included anterior tricuspids, which could be protected from decay for decades by sealing them with a trifluorinate compound. Kind of tooth with three cups. Okay. Yeah, that's very important to know. Okay, anything else? In contrast to their external similarities, Vulcan internal anatomy differed radically from that of humans. For instance, their heart was where a human's liver would normally be, and beat several hundred times per minute. Vulcans also had no appendix. They did, however, have mitochondria, which is the powerhouse of the cell. Vulcan blood was copper-based and was copper or rust-colored when deoxygenated in the veins and green when oxygenated in the arteries or when bleeding. Bruises and dermal abrasions took on a greenish color. Body chemistry. Vulcan possessed a highly efficient respiratory system to extract the oxygen they needed from Vulcan's thin atmosphere. They were most comfortable in high temperatures. A Vulcan of advanced age could become more sensitive to lower temperatures. Okay, okay. Huh? Digestive tract is highly adaptable, although alien food, normally human food, would occasionally disagree with the Vulcan. Given time, their body would adapt to the alien food. Though chocolate is considered alcoholic to Vulcans. That is a funny little detail. Vulcan hearing was very sensitive. Vulcan females possessed a heightened sense of smell. The Pole used a regularly injected nasal numbing agent to suppress the smell of humans. By the 24th century, where regrowing body parts was easier, those on mission can opt for cauterization of scent receptors by a doctor. Okay, extra sensitive senses of hearing and smell. Having evolved on a planet which was mostly desert, Vulcans developed ways of surviving in desert conditions. Survived for several days without water and had inner eyelids which protected their eyes. Yeah, those details, I'm not sure if I am able to show that. Um, those details are okay so far, but overall, I get the impression that the player would forget that they are playing a non-human if all this were the case. The biggest thing I can see being roleplayed on a regular basis is just I am feeling too hot, maybe, or too cold. I'm not sure which one it would stray towards. Let's see if there's anything else interesting. Superior metabolism to humans, caffeine and saponins a little effect on them. And they were also far less vulnerable to the effect of tropolysin. Vulcans were also capable of surviving for long durations without food or sleep. Under stress, Vulcans could do without sleep for weeks. Tuvok once claimed that as a Vulcan, he was capable of going without sleep for 2 weeks, although shortly after making this claim, he fell asleep in the command chair after having gone a little over 10 days without sleep. Okay, so suppressing bodily needs is a fairly interesting thing. I'm not sure if it's good for me, for my purposes, but it's a start. Vulcans were, on average, three times physically stronger than humans and had considerably faster reflexes. Okay, so this is getting into the territory of we are humans but better. Vulcans were very sensitive to nitrous oxide gas, which rapidly rendered them unconscious. They were also highly sensitive to neutronic radiance. Typically had a lifespan of 200 years or more. Their aging was considerably slower. A Vulcan of age 65 had the appearance of a 20th century human in their late 20s and was considering their quarter life. Okay. Gonna scroll past that image really quickly. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of the Vulcan physiology was their brain. The Vulcan brain was described by the Doctor as a puzzle wrapped inside an enigma housed inside a cranium. Indeed, the Doctor had also noted how the Vulcan brain never ceases to amaze me. Most Elves races are like that. Exactly, I'm trying to find stuff that would be interesting to roleplay. That's why I placed these higher. So for example, I could imagine myself role-playing an elf who gains memories from the dead people or dead creatures by consuming their flesh. I would be much pickier about what kind of food I want to eat, for example, and it would probably reflect on um, I would probably just be pickier about food for the start. And I would be probably more open to cannibalism in character. Like, oh, if you do die in this uh, pit or whatever, in this dungeon, I will consume your memories and I will carry your memories with me for the rest of your life, rest of my life or something. The Drosteel elves, similarly, could be neat to be roleplayed because uh, I could describe how I change my appearance a little bit, trying to just be more and more perfect, or maybe not more and more perfect, but just a different, Oh, now I feel like having a mustache, so I'm gonna change my appearance a little bit to have a mustache. Or, that chiseled jaw that this guy has is really good looking, so I'm gonna get myself a chiseled jaw as well. And so on and so forth. That's the thing that I am trying to figure out. These elves are mostly neat because of their lore, as well as these and these. And yeah, maybe these. So it is really difficult for me to come up with elves that I would be truly satisfied with. Which is why I have dedicated this stream to the elves, the solution, the problem solving of the elves. Anyway, let's have a look here. Okay, Vulcan brains amaze me. Direct control of most of the bodily functions, acting as a control unit for many organs. Mm-hmm. Capable of functioning while walking around with a portable life support system. Unlike most humanoid species, traumatic memories were not physiologically disturbing to Vulcans, but had physical consequences as well. The Vulcan brain, in reordering neural pathways, could literally lobotomize itself. Okay, so suppressing traumatic memories. Can it be used in any way? Maybe? It's difficult. Vulcans learn to gain conscious control of many of these functions, allowing them to regulate their bodies to a high degree by simple willpower. When injured, the Vulcan could go into a trance-like state, using this ability to concentrate all of his or her energy on repairing the injury. However, Vulcan did have certain levels of pain they were unable to suppress, forcing them to endure the experience. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. This trance could be self-induced and gave the physical appearance of near death. It was similar in principle to Vulcan neuropressure techniques, which could be used to relax the mind and body. The substance, Thallium-D, acted as a neurotoxin. Mhm. Treatment had to be provided quickly after exposure. Okay. The most famous aspect of the Vulcan brain were the inherent telepathic abilities, such as mind meld. Vulcans were natural touch telepaths, though considerable training was required to utilize this ability to the fullest, like performing the Faltorpan. Simpler contacts did not require any concentration, training, or even conscious knowledge of the act. Vulcans got focal points of the bioelectric field of the brain, okay. Stronger minds were capable of non-contact telepathic projection and scanning, usually over short distances, but sometimes even over interstellar distances. Okay, so this is the part where it gets interesting. Telepathy. Does telepathy feel elvish? Maybe, a little bit. Would it shape how a culture works? Absolutely. Because you don't have to talk out loud. You would just think and based on that get a response. Especially if it was contactless telepathy. But with contact telepathy, at the very least, you would have whispering that is truly private. So that is something I do like. Another psionic ability of the Vulcan race was the telepathic suggestion or compulsion, consciously performed by Spock, Cybok, Tuvok, and T'Pol, and is unconsciously performed by Sarek. Although Vulcans did not typically allow themselves to experience uncontrolled strong emotions, they could sense them in others. Okay. Vulcans were capable of performing a synaptic pattern displacement, or the transfer of one's individual consciousness into another. Okay, that is so far the most interesting part. I will have to read up on that because that could be the goal I am looking for, maybe, or at least the beginning of it. The psychosuppression system responsible for the Vulcan suppression or of emotion was located in the Medaba. Approximately every 7 years, adult Vulcans had to endure Ponfar, the Vulcan mating period. It was marked by intense emotions and primal urges that could kill the Vulcan if not satisfied. Physiological symptoms included elevated dopamine levels and fever. For such an orderly society of quiet sobriety, the madness which accompanied the outbreak of Ponfar was an unavoidable evil. Okay, and we have some medical conditions. Hybridization. Society and culture. Okay. I don't feel like reading up all of the culture because I prefer to derive that from the biological facts. In this case, that would be the mind meld, for example. Now, this I am really interested in. Okay. The Vulcan mind meld, known as the mind link, mind probe, mind fusion, mind touch, or simply melt, was a telepathic link between two individuals. It allowed for an intimate exchange of thoughts, thus it makes sense enabling the participants to become one mind, sharing consciousness in a kind of gestalt. Normally it was employed only by Vulcans. It was a deeply personal thing, part of the private life and generally not used on aliens. However, it was possible for telepaths of other species, including humans, to learn the technique. Cases were also known where the mind meld was initiated between a Vulcan and a non-Vulcan, a Vulcan and a machine, and even an android and a human. Okay. Physical contact was not strictly required but could enhance the effectiveness of the Vulcan's telepathic abilities. When physical contact was used in a mind meld with a humanoid, the initiator placed the tips of their fingers at the key locations on the head of the other participant. A mind meld could also be used in its initiator to probe another person's mind while the melder shielded his or her own mind from being read by the other participant. Some species, including Cardassians, I am trying really hard not to read that as Cardassians, okay, could resist the technique, shielding their thoughts from the attempted probe. Cardassian Gulk Dukat resisted a forcible attempt by Vulcan Maquis member Sakona to mind meld with him during an interrogation Sakona performed on behalf of the Maquis. Dukat explained his ability to resist as simply a matter of discipline. Hazari could also resist the mind melding. I remember about the Arcanum Elves. I think they be too similar to D&D Elves, but they got the theme of being anti-tech. Yeah, see, this tier list really shows how I am biased, because some of these are just about the culture or the the portrayal of them in specific type of media. But if I were to be objective, Freerun would be on the C tier or lower. Shadowrun, probably where it is. World of Warcraft would probably also get lower because I don't think they have too many interesting racial abilities in there. Okay, let's just let's see. Gonna skim the rest of these. Transfer the entire personality or soul of an individual into another body. Special appropriately prepared receptacles such as Catrick Arc. What the frick? Okay, could also be used. Vulcans did this without aid, whereas a number of people and species were able to achieve similar feats with technology such as the Artisans, Janice Lester, Dr. Ira Graves, Rao Vantika, and Tieran. Okay. I will have to read about this part. Actually, you know what? Let's read it now, and then I will look at the World of Warcraft elves for their racial traits. Transfer of consciousness to another brain, okay. Utilize the process akin to synaptic pattern displacement in order to transfer his consciousness to Dr. Vantika's body was on the verge of death. The process worked, and for a time, Vantika was able to use Bashir's body towards his own ends. Vantika was eventually thwarted, however, when Lieutenant Dax was able to design an electromagnetic pulse to disrupt Vantika's neural energy patterns, allowing Bashir to regain control of his own body. Okay, this did not give me much, but overall, Vulcans, you know what, I'm gonna add them to my tier list. I think B tier. Because that part with telepathy and consciousness transference and so on, it is interesting. Much more interesting than the ability to suppress bodily needs, although that too is pretty interesting. And same for the halting of the healing, not halting, but enforcing healing. Okay, now let's have a look at the World of Warcraft. We have the Night Elves, Highborn, Nightborn, High Elves, Blood Elves, Undead Elves, Dark Fallen, Void Elves. Okay. Hmm. Character classes, racial capital, racial leaders, racial mounts, home area, blah blah blah. Okay. Night Elf playable, Nightborn playable, Blood Elf playable, Void Elf playable. I believe that's all I will need for now, just to judge how cool they would be in a role-playing game. Okay, so background, history, characters, starting attributes, classes, racial traits. This is what I'm looking for. Shadow meld. This is pretty much a big part of the reason why they are beat here on my list. Activate to slip into the shadows, reducing the chance for enemies to detect your presence. Lasts until cancelled or upon moving. Any threat is restored versus enemies still in combat upon cancellation of this effect. Elusiveness reduces the chance of reduces the chance enemies have to detect it while shadow melded. It is, yeah, rogue and druid only, okay, whatever. Quickness, chance to dodge melee and ranged attacks by 2%, increases movement speed by 2%, whatever, okay. Wisp Spirit, transform into a wisp upon death, increasing speed by 75% instead of 50%. I have a feeling only the Night Elves turn into wisps upon dying, so that has interesting consequences. I will have to check that in a bit. Touch of Elune increases your haste by 1% during the night, critical attack by 1%, reduces nature damage taken by 1%. Okay, it's not much. The most important bit to me is the shadow meld, because that's the most interesting thing that would probably shape the culture the most. Tiny percentages are not important, and the wisp spirit, that could also shape the culture, but a tiny detail is what exactly happens in World of Warcraft when someone dies. Because when a player character dies, they get resurrected in that ethereal type realm and they have to reach their corpse quickly. And yeah, it's I know it's that way because it's a game and the player has to keep on playing their character somehow, but I don't think the wisps are something that all the elves go through. So hard to tell if that would shape the culture or not. If that's a trait that all of them share. Anyway, Nightborn. Ancient history. Inscription skill increased by 5%. Wow, okay. They know how to play that one card game better, am I right? Okay, magical affinity, cantrips. Conjure up an Eldritch Grimoire, allowing you mail access for 1.5 minutes. I was not expecting this. Yeah, the culture would be so much more different if I could just access my mailbox from anywhere in the world. If I could only carry it in my pocket, how different would things be? That's the that's a joke. Of course we get smartphones, my dude. Okay, Arcane Pulse. Okay, that's just damage dealing, and this is damage reduction. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, this I would put this into D tier personally because it's just mechanics. That's all. So let's have a look at the Blood Elves. Of course, the hyped race. We have remove one beneficial effect from all enemies within 8 yards and restore 3% of your mana. So mana regain, enchanting skill. Arcane damage reduction, increased damage, strike. There was also mana tab. That's interesting that it was removed, and this was also removed. Yeah, not much. Very similar to the Nightborn. Finally, we have the Void Elves. Reduces shadow damage, okay. Abilities have a chance to empower you with the essence of the void. I feel like I would have to causing you your damage and healing to deal an additional 5% at Shadow Frost. Yeah, okay, whatever. Cool. Cost of void storage and transmogrification by 50%. Spellcasts are not delayed by taking damage. I mean, okay, this is at least somewhat interesting, but I don't think it would shape culture on a large scale. Reap a rift in space and time. Reactivate this ability to teleport through the rift. Now this would be something. Teleportation, yeah, this would be interesting. Overall, two of them are May, and two of them are... Oh, hey, this could work. So, I don't know. I'm not going to change their placement. But I will go through the honorable mentions, because I did not cover those. F tier, Guild Wars 2 Humans. Because apparently, according to the Wikipedia, the developers of Guild Wars 2 considered humans to be that world's equivalent of the elves. And if that's the case, I will I have no idea. I literally had no idea. I had to look at that on TV tropes to find that out. It did not occur to me while playing the game, therefore F tier. I am sorry, but they are humans to me, not elves at all. But that's a hot take. Hylians from The Legend of Zelda. I originally had them on D tier, but I decided to bump them up to C tier, even though their signature trait is not much present in the games. So here's the thing, right? All the all the humans in the world of Zelda or Legend of Zelda have pointed ears, and that's because none of them are actually humans. They are Hylians. And I feel like switching up the music. So let's go with the Secret Garden. And let's eliminate the Elven Glade. Anyway, so here's the thing, right? Why do Hylians have pointed ears? Why are they not called humans or elves? Well, there's a simple reason for that. They are magic races pointed ears. In the past, Hylians were able to wield magic of considerable might. Okay, where is the part that I am looking for? Termina. Abilities. One of the few known abilities that the Hylian people possess is the use of their pointed ears to receive special messages from the gods themselves. This also includes the ability to send telepathic messages to other Hylians across time and space. This is an ability that continues to get passed on to their children, their children's children, and so on. Sahasrara, and an incarnation of Princess Zelda display this particular ability in A Link to the Past, the former being able to communicate to Link across even the void between dimensions to assist the young hero in his quest. They are also known to have incredible hearing. And I find this cool enough to consider them C rank. I would rate this even higher if this was more apparent in the games themselves. I haven't played all the Legend of Zelda games, so I cannot tell for sure, but while playing the Legend of Zelda game that I did play, just getting visions from Zelda or someone like that I always thought it's just because the Link is the chosen hero, hero of time, the special boy. So it never occurred to me. It was never explained. And you know what? If there is a race of people who hear messages from gods or other Hylians, yeah, that would definitely shape the culture, for sure. For example, the religion would be a confirmed fact. Okay, that being said, Vulcans I've placed on the B tier because, yeah, the telepathy would shape their culture as well as the suppression of physical needs. So, yeah, that works. I also placed on the B tier the Guild Wars 2 Stilvari race, who are basically forest people, plant people. It's it's not that big of a deal in the game itself. Like the racial traits aren't there, but there is something interesting about it. So, for example, when you fight the minions of the undead dragon in the game, you will see that there are humans, there are Char and the big cat people. There are also the tiny other race people, but there are no Silvari undead. And that's because they are plants. They are not flesh, therefore, they cannot be undead. And that is just such a tiny, neat detail. Then there's also the whole thing about Pale Tree and being born out of the dream of the Pale Tree. I think I find it interesting. I will say that it is probably my bias placing it on the B tier because there is probably um, nothing mechanically different or interesting about them, but I don't know for sure. Uh, Character creation, physical appearance, physiology, culture, immune to the Elder Dragon's corruption, with both Jaitans and Kralkatorix being proven. Uh, Culture, history, gallery, notes, trivia. Okay, let's see. Arthurian legends and their personal story has strong ties to them. Okay, that is. I did not know that, so that's interesting to me. Mm, Anything else of interest here? I wanted to see what their like racial traits are because I know there is something racial skills. There it is. Okay, and I have a feeling these are gonna be pretty boring, but let's have a look at them anyway. We have the healing seed, which gives nearby allies regeneration. Okay, seed to red shoots at the enemies. Uh, Entangling of the enemies, summoning spirit through druid spirit, summoning sullen hound, becoming immobile, uh-huh. Natural bandages to heal yourself and remove bleeding, burning, and poison, block incoming attacks, throw a wine and trip your foe. It's not that interesting, but it is something. Like the general feeling of, oh, you can grow plants. It would shape culture a little bit. Hence why I've put Sylvari on the B tier. As for the A tier, Navi from Avatar. They are not elves at all, but the psychic link thingy with their hair tail thing, I find that at least interesting because it allows them to tame wild animals much faster and store their national memories inside of a big old tree network and so on and so forth. Look, just A tier. I'm not gonna explain it further. That being said, let's have a look at the Romulan. And that's gonna be a lot to read, but that's fine because next up we will get back to the TV tropes page where I will have to start by looking at the Dragon Age elves. Yay! Okay, I'm gonna just skim the first paragraph. Okay. Uh, as a basis, he considered what the ancient Roman Empire might have looked like had it developed to the point of spaceflight. Okay. Humanoid shows makeup department gave them pointed ears to distinguish them from humans. Speculated as having split from another alien species, the Vulcans, in the distant past. Dragon Age. Uh, yes, we will have a look at the Dragon Age soon after. In contrast to the Vulcans, who were presented as peaceful and logic-oriented philosopher scientists, the Romulans were depicted as militaristic, having founded an interstellar empire. Antagonist, okay. Use the Romulans as antagonists. New costumes, V-shaped ridge on the foreheads of most Romulan characters, though with indications that Romulans without the ridge also existed. Okay, 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 yeah. Let's see, is there anything about like... Huh, I did not know this Space Nine is Star Trek, so that's new to me. Romulan Warbird, looks cool. Two fictional languages, reception, other media. Okay, but I wanted to know the physical traits and stuff. Hmm. Memory Alpha, there we go. A trusted source. Okay. Origins, Mirror Universe, Physiology. Due to their shared ancestry, Vulcans and Romulans possessed very similar physiology. In addition, much like being an offshoot from their Vulcan cousins themselves, a race known as the De Bruyne were an ancient offshoot of the Romulans. Romulans had pointed ears, copper-based blood, two brown ridges. Ridges were trait associated with Northerners. Heart was grey in color, altogether appropriate for such an unimaginative race. Despite their common ancestry, there were also many subtle internal physiological differences between Vulcans and Romulans. Life signs registered distinctly enough for the scanners of the USS Enterprise that Officer Paolo Chekhov was able to distinguish his crewmate Spock from the crew complement of a Romulan starship, though he did note the difficulty of the task. Okay. Subtle differences. Um, compatible ribosome match. Okay. Artocarvirus. Romulans were also susceptible to Down syndrome. Okay. 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 So, not that much interesting when it comes to the physiology. Maybe there's something in society. Let's see. Just gonna skim this. Okay, I don't see much here. And the customs, I feel like deriving those much rather from the traits or history than reading them up. So for now, I would say Romulans are less impressive to me than the Vulcans, that's for sure. I will do them a favor and not place them on the tier list, just to be sure. Okay, that being said, let's have a look here at Dragon Age. Alright, yeah, okay, because the video games are gonna be on a separate page. There we go. Elves were enslaved by humanity and are now regarded as second-class citizens. They also lost their immortality, according to legends. Just being around humans made them age. The Dalish elves combine the high and wood elf types, both living in the forest and being rather proud of themselves as the only followers of true elvish tradition. Whether or not they are an example of subversion is a matter of debate. While many of them act hostile and superior to outsiders, they are not portrayed as being morally superior or enlightened. Backstory has elves very near to the Tolkien standard, with a large empire, powerful magic spread throughout the population, and near immortality. Then stuff happened. The Dalish remnants are given a homeland by Andraste after rebelling against the Tevinter Imperium, which is wiped out again when the Chantry orders an all-out holy war when the elves refuse to convert from their own pantheon. Oh boy, spoilers. Hyla discovers that the ancient Elven Empire is something. Uh, I really want to know that the awful truth. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna switch the screens and I will read it for myself. Oh, okay, it's just history. And this. Hmm. Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, okay, maybe not. Maybe not as interesting as I thought. Uh, Third spoiler. Ooh. Okay, that one is neat. The Dragon Age Veilguard spoiler. And finally, the Masked Empire spoiler. Yeah, okay, never mind then. It's, I would say, C tier, maybe bordering the B tier. Maybe there is something more on the Wikipedia, but welcome back. Thank you. I was not gone at all. I was just reading the spoilers. uh, yeah, I don't know. Dragon Age. Let's say C tier. I don't know the franchise that well, actually. From the spoilers I've read, there was like one neat thing, and that was part of a deep history. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll find out more if I look up elves on the Dragon Age Wikipedia. Uh, yeah, the appearances are neat and all. Culture, history, Dalish elves, elven language, known Dalish clans. Okay. Elves are playable race for the Warden by choosing the city elf or the Dalish elf origins. Furthermore, in the Awakening expansion, the Orlus and Warden commander can be an elf. +2 willpower, +2 magic. It's... yeah, I don't know. These are number bonuses. Oh dang, okay. Um, Introduction, plot, quests, characters, statistics. City Elf Warden automatically begins with the following initial skills: coercion and either combat training or poison making, dual weapon sweep, dirty fighting, clothing, codex entries, trivia. Okay. Combat training, poison making, cleaning shot, fighting, dirty. Yeah, I don't I don't really feel this. Uh, alien, is there anything about physiology? Not really. Yeah, I don't know. C tier. I'm giving them C tier. That being said, I. Okay, we have 3 long lists to go through. I'm gonna get myself some water. And it's time to delve into TV tropes. Hooray! Everyone's favorite website. The one that certainly doesn't waste everyone's time by going into infinite delves. Okay. I think the way I will do it is I will start with this page, the main page, because it has other categories as well. And I will probably switch to these two once I get bored, because it's a lot to go through. Okay, so Bastard 1988. Wanna come on with Wood Elves. Ralph okay, not much. Black Clover. Elf tribes look like humans with pointy ears. Immense magic power, greater than most humans. Magic stones and forbidden magics, and were worshipped as gods. Began to fear, desire the power, slaughtering them and stealing their magic power centuries before the story. Spoiler time! Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, yeah, it was something. It gives me a slight idea about maybe considering reincarnation, but I am not gonna go into details beyond that. Anyway, delicious in dungeon, round faces, very little sexual dimorphism, and shorter on average than typical humans. 5 centuries of lifespan, greater innate magical proficiency, least physical strength. Lyles is to be believed. Humans in general think elves are good looking, especially the long years, but orcs consider them hideous. Dark elves have been mentioned, but a comic on the mangaka's blog explains the concept is an in-universe myth. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's delicious in dungeon stays where it is. Declony has some traits of fantasy elves, being a mysterious, superpowered, beautiful, and inhuman race that turns children into their own species. Even their horns are evocative of the traditional pointy elf ears. Elf Sensei no toil. Okay. Elves are mostly humanoids with pointy ears, and they come in the varieties of high elves, like Eruru, and dark elf, like Eruda. Their distinguishing trait is their deep connection with the life cycle and nature spirits. Uh, because of this, they can long urinate places with vegetation. What does the title mean? Where is the elf teacher's toilet? Moving on. That was a waste of my time. Okay, whatever. Elves are the typical long-eared beautiful creatures from most fantasy settings, out of place in human society because they just don't think on the same time scale. Mhm. Naturally excellent in magic, rare from the they notably differ from many other fantasy elves in that they don't consider themselves inherently superior to other races in anything other than lifespan, nor do they have a distinct culture to lord over other peoples. Though this may be a product of them having become a dying race 1,000 years in the past, the survivors all seeming to either be solitary or integrated with human societies. They thus do not generally refrain from befriending other races, though their differing perspectives on time can cause issues. Hello Kitty. Yeah, we're reading all of them. In Parallel Town, the third season of Hello Kitty Ring of the Morning, Kitty travels to an alternate dimension populated by elves instead of anthropomorphic animals. They look like humans with pointy ears, but unlike most depictions of elves, they have wings. Okay. Magical X Miracle, elves are, due to inconsistent dub, alternately called Hahase and Onpuru. They have an unusually high resistance to magical spells and something something. They have long pointy ears and cute little fangs and are super speed when they need it. Fern, the resident Hahade, takes to his elvish smugness in the form of being the snarky non-human sidekick. They live in a hidden elf village in the woods where they hunt. They seem to have some Celtic influences. Let's see the spoiler. Okay, the spoiler was a waste of time. Next up, Manga Shakespeare. Oh, in the manga Shakespeare version of The Merchant of Venice, elven version of the titular city with the characters being depicted as different elf types. Great, good to know, thank you. Nothing else, right? Okay. Tenchi Muyo Voron Geminar as the Dark Elves of Shurifon. Despite their name and appearance, they are more akin to Wood Elves since they live in a huge forest and are at peace with nature. Although they are physically more capable than anyone else on the planet, the main character Kenshi is the only one who is stronger. And let's see the spoiler. Okay. Okay. It's not that interesting. I mean, it's a neat idea, but it wouldn't have much effect in the long term, I think. Voltron, the Drool are drow in space. Dark skin, purple in Voltron, grey in Voltron Force. White hair, militaristic, always chaotic evil, dark colored outfits, and in Voltron Force, Lothar has the spider mech. Okay. Dancing Fairies, romantic painting by August Malmstrom, depicting the group of elves dancing hand in hand over a river at twilight, garland wearing ethereal beings that can be mistaken for a wispy morning mist over the natural landscape. Sure. Codex Inversus block. The elves were once the people of elemental fire, now become mortal like everyone else in the wake of the collapse. Okay, people of elemental fire. They are split into two groups. Caliphate was founded by the Efreets, the ancient lords of fire, after the collapse. Its culture is sophisticated and decadent. Humans and half-elves have a distinct underclass. Is mostly located in cold northern tundra, where it sustains itself using magic and thermal springs, shards of the former elemental plane of fire, nomads of the Ash Khanate, actually in the Great Ashen Steppes that form from the extinction of the plane of fire, our splinter group emerged from its founders' determination to preserve the souls of the dead after the end of their lifetime. Makes their language, religion, and migrations make up an immense perpetual ritual intended to draw and sustain the spirits of the dead, and they ruthlessly destroy anything and anyone that could threaten this mission. Both cultures make ubiquitous use of body paint as decoration. Okay, I'm starting to see a pattern here with elves that are about preserving the memories of the dead. It is interesting, and it feels very elvish. Now, comic books. It's not that great. Okay, good. Amulet. Elves rule the empire. Not particularly good looking either, since they have very many sharp teeth and vertically slitted pupils. They're still tall and skinny and with long hair, however. Okay, hold on. Amulet, comic book, elf. Let's have a look. Uh, will I be able to find anything like that? Okay. Yeah, I see. Eh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. It's not much, but hey, it's a different look for them. That's neat. The demon mages, Dravenos, usually color skin, magical resistances, Dungeons and Dragons. Varys is much like a stereotypical elf. Yeah, okay. Elf quest. The Wolf Rider elves are wood elves played fairly straight. They're smaller than the very primitive humans around them and only slightly more advanced. They do have supernatural powers such as healing and the ability to shape rock and wood, but most of them only have the power to communicate telepathically, referred to as sending, and very few are able to heal or do rock and wood shaping. Oh, and of all the elves, only the Wolf Riders have facial hair due to... Spoiler time? Yeah, okay, that's predictable. The gliders, before they... Spoiler time? Uh-huh. And Sava, the sun folk's mother of memory, following the high elf archetype more, although several are considerably less haughty than it is typical for this type. They're larger than the Wolf Riders due to their greater age. Becoming smaller over generations was an adaptation to... Okay, fair enough. And the gliders in particular haven't had any new children in forever when first met. In a subversion of the typical half-elf, the master trickster to Edge is half-elf and half-troll. Same physiological rules generally apply, though, as two-edge uses his cunning throughout the series to force the other characters through games of his devising in an attempt to reconcile the two halves of his heritage. Mental emotional troubles were not caused by prejudice or hybrid nature. Okay, that's just backstory stuff. It's not until late in the series that the reader discovers... Ooh, what could the reader discover? Ooh. Yeah, okay, okay. That's neat. I guess that could have some influence on how they work, but not much. Some. Now then, far west. The elves at first glance appear to look pretty conventional. Ears are split into having 2 points instead of the usual one, cheetah-like markings on various areas of their body. Culture akin to American Old West settlers, Native American inspired, notably the protagonist mech. Okay. Lands of Aran, elves depict 5 races of elves. High elves, blue elves, wood elves are more unwise than humans because they are closer to the world of Aran, whom they consider a god in itself. However, the wood elves are highly xenophobic towards humans. The dark elves are an immortal murderous kind, with the big bad of the series being a dark elf herself. Lastly, the half elves take from their human heritage and more or less act like any human would. Uh huh. Well, foreign friendship is magic. The Deer of Thicket, ruled by King Aspen. Although deer were previously depicted as non-sapient, the Deer of Thicket aren't here and otherwise fit the post-Tolkien mold to a T, being highly magical and holding themselves as superior to the setting's human equivalents. On the whole, they seem to be a combination of high elves and wood elves, being a proud and haughty race who are in harmony with nature and possess command over plants and animals. Poison elves, haughty and self-important, but did avert the end of the world as we know it. By the time of the events in the comics, The elves have become just as urbanized, lazy, indolent, and outright bastards as the humans are. Author never presents any serious evidence of the contrary, and even the elves who live in enclaves are a far cry from the wood elf archetype and only seem to be humans with really pointy ears. Okay, that's four categories out of a whole bunch. Let's go for a short category this time. Onward! The elves now shown have the standard pointy ears, but they also have blue hair and skin. They're also mortal apparently. If Ian and Barley's disappeared, that is anything to go by. Okay. Strange magic. The elves are only half the size of the fairies, who are themselves small enough to ride squirrels as mounts. They come across as the lower class of the fairies as they live in ramshackle-looking homes, dressed in dirty clothing, working clothes, and even at festivals, and are ruled by a fairy king. The elves are dark-skinned and the fairies are light-skinned. Okay. LARP category. Let's see this. Alliance elves in several flavors of these still vary wildly from chapter to chapter. Stone elf, stoic, control over emotions. Oh, have control over emotions, both their own and others. Huh. Logically emotionless, reason above all white skin with typical elf ears. Elves, the generic version, differ from chapter to chapter. Wild, high, and tribal elves, sand and willow elves. Different markings, mannerisms, and histories separate them. Race as a whole, it's the archery skill at half cost. Okay. Drow-esque elven race, always chaotic evil, black skin with white hair. Mystic wood elves, fade and elf but still have elven ears. Promiscuous, big fans of parties and revelry. Short MWEs for short. Oh, Mystic Wood Elves. MWEs for short. They also have a pair of horns and are able to resist command spells. Okay. Not sure what to make of that, but it's a thing that exists. 6 varieties of elves in Nero. Quentari, your basic high elves, wood elves, wild elves who are more proud of, special relationship with wolves, okay. Stone elves who have chalk white skin, usually divided into 1 or 2 class types, scholar and fighter, fall into dark elf stereotype. Mystic wood elves, okay. Trickster types, ethicals, okay. Horny elves. Dre, Vorney, divide looking like D&D Drow, not dark elves, but rather a culture very much like Samurai Japan. No one except them are quite sure about the Dre Vorney divide, as they look and generally act exactly alike, except that the Vorney seem to be the higher caste. Okay, another short category. Not the literature, that's a long one. Oh boy, this is gonna... Okay, live action. Let's see. The Dark Crystal. Spartacus was originally a sports elf. In the stage place the series originates from. While the English version of the show doesn't comment on this elven heritage outside of some insults from Robbie Rotten, the Icelandic broadcasts openly refer to him as a sports elf. He's exceptionally athletic, performing acrobatic stunts with ease, possessing a magic crystal that tells him when someone's in trouble, and gaining super strength and stamina by eating fresh fruits and veggies, but rapidly goes into diabetic shock if he eats something with processed sugar. I am baffled. Does Spartacus really have pointy ears? Don't tell me. Don't tell me, yes. His ears are not even visible, come on. Does he have pointy ears or not? What the... Uh, I mean, Sportacus being an elf makes so much sense. I am just baffled. I can't. Okay, fine. Fine. I need to move on because there's a lot of stuff to go forward. Dark Crystal, Age of Resistance. Before the events in the film, there were 7 clans divided among High Elf and Wood Elf analogs. Uh-huh. Hmm. Most elegant looking, wearing elaborate clothing, chivalry hairstyles. Okay. Stonewood Clan. Okay. Grotan Clan. They had large eyes, sensitive to sunlight, and light green skin. In contrast to Vapra. Okay. Okay, large eyes, sensitive to sunlight, because they live underground. That makes sense. Arc vision stuff. Drenchen Clan. Amphibious, all having gills and females having wings that aid them in swimming rather than flying. And their hair and skin coloration were a mixture of green and gold. Okay. Sprighton Clan. Knowledge of soil. Saifa Clan. Sailors and fishermen. Superstitious, treacherous, greedy. Dawson Clan. Crystal Desert. Worship death. Decorated themselves with tattoos. Okay, sure. Oh boy, the Rings of Power. Here we go. Elrond is a half-human hybrid. Uh-huh. There are the High Elves of Noldor, living with Eregion in Linden. They are led by High King Gil-galad. Their kingdoms are the most advanced, living in shining cities. Galadriel herself belongs to 3 different elven races. Her paternal grandfather was Finwë, the High King of the Noldorin Elves in Valinor. Her maternal grandfather is Olwë, the High King of the Telerin Elves in Valinor, and her parental grandmother in this is the King of Ingwe, not just the High King of the Vanyarin Elves, but the High King of all Elves. Sylvan Elves, skilled trackers, intensely invested in protecting nature. Okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, fine. Not much new stuff here. Preying on the forest elf, gentle little fellow who sings a whimsical song about how all at 3 inches tall, a lima bean is a meal for him, and how he has persistent cough from sleeping in a hollow log on freezing nights, and bullfrogs keep mistaking him for an insect and snatching him in their gullets, and how he's so tiny in a world of darkness and predators. Yeah, okay. Mrs. of Waverly Place. Max's new tutor that everyone loves is a half-elf. Justin and Alex both liked her enough to try and sabotage Max's progress, so he stays around longer. Magical quality that makes them loved by all, another bit shared by babies, puppies, and pizza. Okay. Yay, live action TV category is finished. Platforms. Gaia Online has 2 types of elves. Christmas elves. Zombie Santa riding a giant yeti with a machine gun surgically attached to its arm. Yeah, that's a wild combination. Don't even ask. The Kura, on the other hand, are the Dark Elf Mafia. They're fairly traditional otherwise, although their leader is 2 feet tall with an empathy pet. Labubu. Female monster elves with exaggerated facial expressions and animalistic sharp teeth. All tall ears and scuffy bodies. At heart, they're kind of a one, and they're kind that want to help others, but their good intentions can sometimes lead to chaos. I was not expecting to read about Labubus today. What is this category? Webcomics. Oh boy. Uh, let's go with Western animation for now. Elves in Disenchantment are a race of short, pointy-eared humanoids with various skin colors. Uh-huh. Combination of Victorian fairy tale elves and Christmas elves dropped in a parody of modern high fantasy and heroic fantasy. Blood has magical properties. Elfo gets to see a fantasy film with a more Tolkien-style elf and laughs at the idea of elves looking like that. Oh boy. Okay, Dragon Prince. Finally, the one that I've been looking forward to. Let's see. Elves have short horns, four-fingered hands, four-toed feet, usual pointy ears, and leaf bill. 6 tribes, each attuned to one of the 6 sources of magic: sun, moon, stars, sky, earth, ocean. Moonshadow elves, the first ones seen, have skin in a range of human-like skin tones and white hair. Invisible and extremely fast and powerful under the light of the full moon. For self-evident reasons, they are known to be fearsome assassins. Illusion-based magic, as the Moon Arcanum focuses on manipulating appearances and blurring the line between the real and the illusory. They also tend to have noticeable Scottish accents. Okay, so somewhat similar to the night elves from the World of Warcraft. Very slightly similar. The night invisibility. Sunfire elves. They can make blades that always remain as hot as the day they were forged and can cut through regular ones like butter. They can draw on the destructive power of fire and the sun to enter a state where they become extremely strong and powerful, but also berserk and uncontrolled. French accents. Not the French. Startash elves have bluish-purple skin, twinkling white spawns resembling stars, and horns with multiple points. Okay. Skywing elves. About 1 in 10 is born with wings attached to their lower backs. The rest, if they want to fly, need to master a difficult technique that allows them to transform their arms into feathered wings. They have Irish and British accents. Okay, that is somewhat interesting. I already have a winged race in Runehex, so I'm gonna skip on that, but it is good to know. Earthblood elves. Greater variety of builds. Connection to the earth primal gives them power over animals, plant life, and mineral substances. Australian accents. Alright, mate. Dragon King. Ryla and Callum have a half-elven child with 10 fingers and toes and small horn knobs on her head at birth. Okay. Elves, Holderfolk. Diminutive, pointy-eared people who only 2 inches tall. They have a culture revolving primarily around paperwork, invisible to normals until the proper forms are filled out. One named Alfur is a major character in the series, but Hilda's adventures also bring her into contact with the Lost Clan, a tribe of barbarian elves who have rejected their species' bureaucratic culture. Marcus level, Effie is certainly in the Wood Elves category. Twin human size, leaf clothing. Home village, okay. Elves of the Green Mountain. And Star Fairies. Gnomes and dwarves in their short height, beards, and pointed hats, though they do have pointed ears. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad I finished the Western animation category. Let's do one more category here. Actually, maybe 2 more. Comic strips is pretty short. Twilight Empire, Robinson's War. Royal House. Tall humans with pointed ears. Direct exposure to fairy glamour. Kill most humans, survival to them, and live for longer as well. Mocked in this strip where Phil stands by describing Elves' wonderful traits, while an elf stands by berating him for being fat, insecure, ill-mannered, and is incapable of getting a girlfriend. Dixie gets the last laugh, however, also mocked in the infamous Saxon D&D strip. Okay, what's the spoiler gonna be this time? Oh boy. Okay, I'm not gonna read the second one, but the first one, let's have a looky. I hope it's gonna open. It's not gonna open. Okay, Twilight and... no, what's new with Phil and Dixie? Okay, whatever. Let's not do that. Fanfiction. It's a long category. I could do that. Let's get through this one though. Avatar. Why is this one green? Why is this link green? Huh. Okay, so it's like it's the splitting page. Cat people tune with nature, tame wild beasts, in a link with the spirit of the world, and shoot 6-foot long arrows to impale helicopter pilots. A lot more wood elf than space elf. Okay. Bright. Oh yeah. Superior in every way to other races. Oh boy. Damn. Okay. The bright elves are not gonna be my go. The Dark Crystal. Jen and Kira are the sole surviving members of an elf-like race called the Gelflings. Hellboy 2. Semi-psychic abilities and incredible grace and voice. Can run rings around Hellboy himself in combat. He wanted to emphasize just how badass the elves were, even the less technologically advanced, more in tune with nature types. Shifts away from this somewhat. Innate Thranduil is portrayed more like a proud or arrogant high elf who belittles someone of lesser stock, while in truth, the only high elf in this region was Galadriel. The only high elves left in Middle-earth are Galadriel, Elrond, Glorfindel, and the elves of Rivendell, and some in the Grey Havens. Sintar, Sylvan, or a combination or two. Okay. Dark elves are a combination of the namesakes and space elves. They existed before light came to the universe and have ships and weapons that run on Magitech while maintaining their proud stature and honor. Underworld. Nordic Common is a vampire bloodline with elf-like characteristics. They live in a secluded fortress, strongly resemble elves physically, and have straight-up magical powers unlike anything normal vampires possess. They do avert having unnatural beauty. While most vampires have mythical white hair, their leader is a plain-looking, cool old guy, and lack elves' arrogance. In fact, they are extremely kind and friendly in contrast to most vampires. But with that said, beware the nice ones also happens to be their hat, since while pacific, they can kill you in a blink of an eye. Okay. So over here we have fanfiction, literature, And a couple more categories. Web videos. Edward the Less does an extended spoof of this trope with the round standard people. Uh-huh. Tall, handsome, proud, arrogant, loutish, and craven. Okay, that's not that interesting to me. Your realm's life. Elves, being one of the oldest races, are essentially the leaders of the realm, housing 7 powerful kingdoms and some of the most powerful warriors and wizards, including Virgo Sunsword of the illustrious Sunsword family. Gobolds. The Welves. Yeah, okay. This was okay. Not that interesting-ish. Visual novels. Full Metal Daemon Muramasa. Much like Svartalfa, dark-skinned elvish humanoids that live in extremely close-knit communities and have an almost unmatched knack for blacksmithing. By the time of the main story, they're almost extinct, but they're extremely valued for their ability to forge the best tsurugi. Upon light, Gallian elves are able to see better in the dark than humans and are implied to be physically stronger and have more endurance. Sable's grimoire. Elves are long-lived, innately magical beings who live in secluded villages deep within the forest and consider themselves superior to humans in most respects. All of them have pale skin, white hair, golden eyes. Okay, Sword Daughter. Innately magical, more in tune with nature. Tavern Talk. Forest Rangers. Your first customer is a 110-year-old elf ranger. Looks like young adult, half human, half elf, with the farmer inheriting elven traits. Human traits. Okay. Okay. Mm, I think that makes it 4 categories left on this page. Oh, podcasts. That's a short one. Elves are little racist against everyone else. How original. There's pretty much nothing useful to me here. RPG MP3. The Runepunk podcast series features a character called Kieran Hammerfall, an Andari runecaster. Kieran is imbued into momentous arcane power, as well as the durability of a dry twig. He's also a member of the Andari race, which means he's blessed with immortality, barring any unfortunate accidents, which, considering his virtually non-existent toughness, could involve being knocked over by a stiff breeze or something. Andari and technology don't mix. Okay. Orang Bunyan, a race of beautiful but invisible people with society parallel to that of humans. Say the invisibility. It has potential. Like hidden people who live for centuries alongside the humans or away from humans, hidden in nature. That that feels archetypal, but I don't know if it's archetypal enough to make it a core feature of the elves. I've been at it for almost 2 hours at this point. Cool. The name. Actual mythology, very similar to the thing as Wood Elves. Finnish word for elf, Altia, is cognate over Haltija, meaning proprietor or possessor. Proprietary or patron spirits of creatures of various places, locations, or occupations. Considered to be semi-corporeal, very much like what Tolkien's elves would become by fading if they stayed in the Middle Earth instead of escaping to the Undying Lands. Altia. For long, it is believed that the first person to set a fire in the stove of a newly built house would become its Haltia after death, looking after and protecting its occupants. Later on, these spirits became mixed with the Scandinavian Tomte and became invisible, gnome-like servants of the household with no history as deceased humans, similar to the house elves of Anglo-Saxon lore. Poetic and Prose Eddas both mention Alphard, Vedgar. Many debates among folklorists and historians about what genuine Norse elves would have been like. It seems clear that the Norse had a concept of Alfar as a type of spirits or minor deities, but it's otherwise not always clear how they'd have pictured them exactly. Looking at all of these superior elf depictions in fiction makes me imagine something. I'm forming a new headcanon which has potential to be canon for RuneHack. I am starting to consider maybe making the elves of the RuneHack sort of half elves, for the lack of a not well, okay, there is no better word for it. Picture this. Long ago, the elves were powerful and stuff, and they started breeding with the humans, and their bloodline got how do I put it? Well, their blood, their genetics became less and less pure, more mixed with the humans. Therefore, their elven traits became weaker. What if all the elves that are presently alive in RuneHack are effectively half elves, mixtures of humans and elves? But you know, it's so common that it's not even worth it to say that they are half elves because there are no true elves remaining, at least not in a visible way that everyone would know about. At least that's what I'm considering right now. Maybe, because that could be pretty cool to have something like true elves hidden somewhere within the world. Let's just continue for now. Poetic Edda doesn't touch much on the elves beyond noting in a grimly small Alfheim as being one of the mansions of the gods in Asgard alongside Thor's Hall, Odin's Hall, and so on. Snorri's Prose Edda goes into more details in the Gylfaginning, again describing the Eosalfar as being fairer than the sun to look at and as dwelling in one of several mansions and palaces in heaven, alongside bringing up two additional heavens above Asgard, Antlanger and Vidblain. Humble souls. Mhm. Okay, not much interesting else here, at least for me, for this research I'm doing right now. Another topic of debate is how equivalent the Dark Elves might be to the Dwarves Dwergar. Wand Elf, Wind Elf, just Elf. Animals and sometimes slaves would be sacrificed to the local elves. Is the testing mainly in the writing of the 11th century Skald who commented on it when complaining about being denied a place to rest at night while traveling through southern Sweden. Icelandic Cormac's saga mentions sacrificing a bull to the elves to heal a grievous wound. It was also possible for humans to become elves after death, like King Olaf Gerstad Alf, described in some Norwegian sagas, and so elves could also be ancestor spirits that look after a people or household. See, now this is also an interesting thing. Having one race dying transform or turn into another race. It is worth considering at least. Seemingly two types of elves, Alban and Alpe. White, but they were quite different beings. Okay, let's see. How were they different? The Alp was an incubus in the traditional sense. While most other Norse tribes had the mare, an always female incubus that is the source of other words for nightmare in multiple Germanic languages, the German had a few more words and creatures that caused nightmares. One of these creatures was the always male Alp, from which German Albtraum and Albzopf originate. Deceivers, more similar to hidden faefolk around Europe. One thing to note about Alban is their king Alberic. Alberic means king of the elves, king of all fairies, Oberon for the Franks, and Oberon when the English borrowed it. Probably the most important and relevant thing to note about him was the fact that he was a dwarf. Okay, I was not expecting that. Minor deities, normal stature. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, so mythology has some interesting ideas. I should probably write down the stuff because this tier list is fine, but what is more interesting is ideas for elves, elf mechanics. Okay, what do we start with? Telepathy, contact, or maybe with training without touch? Turning into an elf after death. What else? What else? Hmm. Semi-corporeal. I'm not even. I'm not writing these down as something that I am seriously considering for RuneHack. I'm just noting down ideas I have at the moment. But this one I am considering. Maybe the elves are actually all elves who was distilled over the centuries, and the true elves are long forgotten. See, one thing that is bothering me about RuneHack and so on is the the lifespan of the elves. If I allow the player to have a lifespan of 500 years, that will mean the GM will need to know what was the world like 500 years ago. And the RuneHack's history is fairly recent. It's not, I think, even 200 years, barely. Let me just open the rules and have a look at that. I'm gonna open it in the separate window for now. Okay, so the history of RuneHack goes from 2059, which is the present day, back to 1861. That is barely 200 years. Barely. If someone wanted to play someone older than 200 years, they would need to know what before this, and that is something even I myself do not know yet. So, yeah. I somehow need to figure out why there are no elf characters who lived for more than 300 years or something like that, or more than 200 years for that matter. That is the biggest reason why I'm actually considering the half elf solution. It's not even that they would need to be renamed to half elves, people would still be calling them elves, but it would be a well known fact that if a human and an elf have a baby, the baby is gonna be an elf. Because it's effectively a half elf and it's gotten to the point where it cannot be any less of an elf. Even if you were to continue this bloodline with human partners for 100 generations, this elvish part will still persevere. The true elves would be the explanation why aren't the elves of Runehak long lived? Because the true elves have probably, possibly died out, or at least they are not part of the regular civilization. This would also give me an excuse to make true elves more powerful than the original, or not original, than the common elves. It's an idea that I've seen on Goblin Punch blog because he wrote about elves a bunch. Uh, I'm trying to see if there is anything else. Inextricable grace of elves, maybe perfect language. I'm gonna check that out as well. Okay, let's see. Yeah, the perfect language article was pretty neat. I would recommend reading it out. It's essentially um, binary or Morse code, but written in a very stylish or very minimal way. So yeah, it's a neat read. I would recommend reading this one for sure. Boring elven lore shit. Yeah, see. I've written about elven psychology, linguistics, origin, military, weapons, half-elves, and their infinitely looping kingdoms at the end of time. But one thing I haven't written about is what it's like for the PCs to actually encounter true elves face to face. Should I do a recap first? I feel like I should. Boring elven lore shit. Originally, you had baseline humans. When transhumanism resulted in true elves, they basically started running the show. Why did the music stop? Okay, you know what? This music has been going on for long enough. I feel like I am switching music once every hour because it's been 2 hours this stream has been going on for. Hmm, let's see. Uh, Kingdom of Mist. Now that could be nice. Okay. When transhumanism resulted in true elves, they basically started running the show. They made slave races for different tasks: spacers, soldiers, laborers, while the baseline humans went extinct, only leaving various races of subhumans. Is the music too loud? Okay, testing. It is not that loud compared to me, but I'm gonna lower it anyway. Okay. How the baseline humans went extinct, only leaving various races of subhumans, bred to be fulfill different types of magical sacrifices. Eventually, the technology slipped away and the true elves lost the ability to create more of themselves. Their degenerate offspring are the high elves, who are the low elves, and they are the most beautiful creatures of Centera, save names and such. The true elves have either left in the planet or jumped ahead to one of the temporal estates at time's end. I can still hear you. Thank you so much, JJ. Elves have the best civilization and the best historical records, because many of them were spared the time of fire and madness. They were safely hiding on Eladras when it happened, a tree that grew downwards from the moon. I thought I wrote a post about Eladras, but I didn't. Its roots are still in the moon, pieces of its trunk form some of the orbital biomes, its branches fell in the dust wind, and its seeds were used to make grow Aglabendis. So the High Elves live forever, magical and powerful, isolating in the beautiful places they have claimed for themselves, often forests. Each High Elf city is ringed by Wood Elves, the outcasts that society has deemed too ugly or too offensive to dwell among them. They're still extremely beautiful by pseudo-medieval standards. Elves claim all beautiful things, not just beautiful forests, which sometimes resemble parks. And so sometimes the Wood Elves are more like beach elves or the mountain elves, but you get the point. They're the dirt elves that range away from the party's plazas. And then, percolating through all elven society are their slave races, except they'd never call them that. They are their little brothers and little sisters, and they are enslaved by love. They love their older siblings and revere them, even though they aren't allowed to sit at the same table as them, or even speak to them directly. These are the half-elves, elf-men and elf-women, who are sterilized adult humans, have been created by a semi-alphification of stolen infants, the alchemical orcs who have been restored to some of their original prowess as super soldiers, the Ashaka, who are wooden golems powered by elven ancestors, and all manner of magical bullshit that they are capable of conjuring. Most people think that half-elves are the true elves, since those are the ones that sometimes engage in trade. Most scholars know of their furtive wood elves and believe them to be the true elves, and a vanishing few mortals have been to the elven cities and met the high elves, who are the low elves, and believe them to be the true elves. And everyone is wrong once again. How elves talk? The thing to realize is this: unless you've been living in elven society for a few hundred years, you're going to offend someone terribly within a few seconds of walking in the door. Remember that all of elven society is predicated on beauty and positivity. Unpleasant things are corrected, removed, or ignored. A smelly adventurer with blood in his mouth and shit on his boots represents an extremely significant challenge to etiquette, best avoided altogether. An adventurer will find it nearly impossible to access an elven city because they really don't want you in there. But even within the elven city, all discussions of unpleasantness is avoided. This means that they avoid discussing pretty much all of the outside world. Talking about unpleasantness is an offense that entails punishment, shunning, resocialization classes, and in the most extreme cases, banishment to the Wood Elves. If you could sum up the elven civic philosophy, it would be this: don't inconvenience others. More specific advice on how to talk to an elf: don't talk about unpleasant things, you may make someone uncomfortable. Don't make too much eye contact, you may seem intimidating. Do not ask questions about absent friends, something bad might have happened to them. Hell, don't ask questions at all, that puts a burden on the other person to ask. Compliments are basically mandatory. A lack of compliments is basically an insult. Don't talk about things that the other person might not know about. If you don't know if the other person knows something or not, it is best to approach the topic obliquely. Conversation is best limited to safe topics. Pretty things like the clothing that the other elf is wearing, local music, delicious food, art, culture, weather, reminiscing about other happy times, inside jokes. You might think this sounds boring, but elves are brilliant and clever and pretty. They're always alluding to other things, connecting different areas. They're hilarious. If they were talking to a human they liked, they'd be careful to only refer to areas of culture and history that the human was likely to know about, in order to avoid making them self-conscious of their ignorance. Humans love hanging out with elves. They're like humans who have learned how to avoid offending people. An elf who was interrogating you might stand at the other end of the room, look out the window, and wonder aloud, I wonder where my Kinkajo is. It's almost time for his massage. That's remarkably direct for an elf. That's bad news. You're about to be lowered into a vat of acid over a 36-hour period. You better tell her where her Kinkaju is, dude. You might think the inability to ask questions is a bit limiting. You'd be correct. Books are the exception. When an elf is alone with a book, the pretense is dropped. After all, there is still a need to learn about the actual world. And if an elf wishes to learn about unpleasant things in the privacy of their home, they are certainly allowed to do so, as long as they don't inconvenience others. Written and spoken words have very different purposes in elven society. Another workaround is the use of intermediaries. A servant hears a politely coded message, conveys it to a subservient in a less polite form, and then the subservient will meet with another elf's subservient, and the two of them will have a plainly spoken discussion. Then the resolution will make its way back up to the elf, who is then informed of what he has decided. Sometimes the elf is her own subservient in a different guise and identity. This is actually pretty common in elven society, compartmentalizing their identity into polite and impolite forms. While wood elves might use masks to accomplish the same things, high elves use glamours and actual transformations. This is an advantage of fighting a high elf. If you surprise them with combat, they'll usually refuse to fight until they can assume their warface combat identity. They are very good at running away, but try to make that first combat count. Pretense is as important as air. Unpleasant things are usually disguised as something else. Combat is often referred to as dancing, but even that euphemism is becoming worn and distasteful. Combat is now often referred to as music appreciation or physical listening or something similar. The distaste is now even rubbing off onto actual dancing, which was beginning to have a more negative connotation due to its association with combat. So dancing is now referred to as joyful warfare or imitating the wind. Anyway, the whole article, this is probably not the article that I was reading back then. Pretenses exist until their dying breaths, it is an inextricable part of their soul. Consider the words of Milasha Vin Valtir, an elf who was stabbed in the aorta by adventurers while attempting to recover her stolen Kinkaju. Look, she said, reaching into her breast pocket and pulling out a bloody hand. I have found rubies. Yeah. I wonder... Where is the article about true elves? Contrived beauty, elven necromancy, cosmetic wizardry, euphemisms and lies, signs and prophecies, ancestor golems, elf metal, true elves. Genetically identical to high elves and wood elves. However, ever since a true elf was an embryo, they have been subject to so much magical and alchemical improvements that they're barely related to their cousins. True elves call all other elves low elf, and all other creatures are considered beasts. They are 50% taller than humans and are so beautiful that most mortal races can only fall down and weep when they behold one. They are immortal and will return to life if killed unless their remains are locked inside a golden chest or encased in gold. The most powerful human mages are considered apprentice level among high elves, and the most powerful high elves are considered apprentices among true elves. their Lich equivalents in terms of power. For the most part, true elves interact very little with the affairs of the world. They deal with things on the astral plane or with extraplanar machinations that do not concern mere mortals. True elves are also dying out. The techniques used to turn a high elf fetus into a true elf baby have been lost. But true elves don't care about this. Not one bit. They operate on a whole different level. Anything else below? Yeah. So that's the elves. The Arnold Case view of the elves. It's beautifully written. I don't feel like reading all of it right now, but needless to say, I highly recommend it. With that out of the way, let's see. Tabletop games, card games, tabletop war games. Okay, it's time for tabletop games. Let's see what these elves are about. Default humanoid creature, dark green. Elves of the Plain Morving, Bearhawk, ram-like horns. Yeah, okay. Lorwyn's evil twin playing Shadow War. The elves are only race that isn't always chaotic evil. I feel like I can skip the Magic the Gathering because most of this will be just lore, culture and stuff. I will just try to skim it as fast as possible without reading aloud. Plant magic trained animals, okay. Okay, that's all. Munchkin. Elves are cool race, they're roundly made a fun of and made out of to be discovered, but that just puts them on an even level with every other race in the game. Bonus to running away from combat and are able to gain levels from assisting other player characters. Warlord puts a different spin on elves. These elves are covered in fine scales, have horns growing above their eyebrows, and live only 30 years unless they use necromancy to lengthen their lives. Huh. Okay. Oh boy, the tabletop RPGs category. Oh boy, I sure like reading all this stuff. It's gonna be good though, hopefully. Let's have a look at this briefly. Huh. Okay, so it's a city-state. Got it. Okay, I think I need a break to refill my water, take care of my biological needs, because unlike a Vulcan, I cannot suppress them, and Yeah, then it's time to delve into the tabletop RPG Elves and see which one could be the best. And we are back. And I am going to switch the music again, just so I don't forget. Okay, what now? Hmm, Dusk of the Dryad. Thank you, JJ. My break was good. Very productive. Just what I needed to get through this. Okay, let's get to this. 13th age. The racial power being called cruel may be a bit of an turn off in some cases. Okay, not much to be told there. Maybe 13th age SRD? Can I find that? Hey, I can find that. Hmm. What are Alekim? Whatever. Okay, mostly just combat stuff I see. Half elf? Okay. High elf? High blood teleport? Place yourself in a nearby location you can see. Okay, at least that's some change, something different. Space Corps Explorer? What the heck? Oh, that's Alakin, I guess. Or related to it, maybe. Wood Elf. Elven Grace. Roll a die to see if you get an extra standard action. If your roll is equal to or lower than the escalation die, you get an extra standard action that turn. Huh. A chance to get an extra action per turn. Interesting. All skill checks regarding wild animals. Okay. I mean, it's something. I cannot say that it's grand or great, but yeah, it would be roughly the C tier, same as D and D. Maybe between C and D. Brainstorm. They summoned humanity and a bunch of other races. Okay, that's a neat twist. Burning Wheel. Inability to use sorcery, instead depending on a system of magical songs that represent their closeness to nature and the world as a whole. Mystical grief the normal elves suffer from. Chronicles of Iris. Silverleaf elves. What does this word mean? Surpassing what is normal or usual, extraordinary. So that's preternatural. Yeah, I don't know why it exists when supernatural exists, but whatever. Quite ethereal mystics and dream weavers whose art portrays them as looking a lot like Dream of the Endless. Ah, okay. Ooh. Wait, really? Chronicles of Ares, Twilight Elves. I have to say, this cover art was sick. Really nice. Okay, never mind then. I don't think I will be able to find the art for it right now, but moving on. Chronopia. For houses. Number of house elite special forces are oddballs. One unit has dreaming elves that project an intangible ghostly version of themselves into battle. Another group has experimented with swamp herbs and mutated to become hulking super strong elves that can crush a man's skull between their fingers and etc. Interesting. Okay. Okay, Crimson Blades is alright. Dark Eye. Okay, this detail is something I find pretty cool. Fae as the singular masculine, Fae as the singular feminine, and Fea as a group term. Okay, you can get behind that. Oh, hold on. I need to send a bit some. Wild grammar rules indeed. Okay. Functionally ageless, always youthful, no set lifespans, rather each elf has a specific personal purpose in life and will not die unnaturally until it's fulfilled. Now this is interesting. Which page was it? This one. When it is, the elf will set their last affairs in order and age and die within a few days. And I respond to one more text message. Okay. Okay, hopefully that's the last text messages I have to send during the stream today. Apologies for that. Okay, this part right here made the reading worth it because having a personal specific purpose for life and then dying right after fulfilling it, that is wild. That would shape culture like nothing else. Let's see this. Commonly misunderstand simple things such as money or ownership. Almost all elves live as the hunter-gatherers. A few glade elves are an exception and occasionally take to living in human cities. Mhm. Okay. Alright. And final paragraph. Elves can normally control whether they conceive, which helps them keep their population low, but this isn't very reliable when having sex with humans. Huh. Okay, fair enough. Dragon dice. Mhm. Dungeons and Dragons. Do I even need to read all this? Okay. Speeding up. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Ability to teleport between trees. That they lose temporarily if they attack green dragons. I. Okay, that is so incredibly specific, but I guess that's how previous editions worked. The Lachey are described as being to elves what elves are to men. They are a race of epic, immortal super beings with spell-like abilities and hit dice up to wazoo. Can make you their best friend just by looking at you, hard to resist gaze attack, and can summon twin +10 keen, brilliant energy bastard swords they can wield without penalty. They supposedly survived the death of the last universe that wiped out most of their civilization, leaving a handful of wanderers drifting among the planes and trying to work out what to do with eternity. Okay. Yeah, that's brutal. Wicked. Being more elf than elf. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Elves who could turn into dolphins. And Dargonesti and Dirmenesti transformed into otters. I wonder, will I be able to find art of them online? And what's your special elf trait? I can turn into a dolphin. Eberron, here we go. Three main cultures, the corporate ones, the arcane ones, ruled by the animated bodies of their dead ancestors. Here it is again. The perseverance or preservation of the dead. Interesting. It's a recurring motif here. Okay, is this one even worth reading? I don't see much here that would be about their biology, so skip. Forgotten Realms. Star or Mithril Elves are extreme isolationists who spend most of history in a pocket dimension. Neat. Okay. Mistara. Elves spellcasting ability. Mm-hmm. Blacklore elves, cyberpunk elves from high-tech prehistory. Yeah, as I thought, I won't be able to find much about them, I guess. Okay, whatever. What a shame. Just imagine it. Cyberpunk elves from prehistory. That is high tech. Here we go. Dolphin-shaped mass. Once again, elves who can transform into dolphins. Space elves. Okay, anything else here of interest? No, no, there's no... Okay. Wow! I got through the Dungeons and Dragons block. Hooray! Now only the simpler ones remain, hopefully. I feel like reading something shorter than this though, so let's start from the bottom here. Okay. Super senses. Elf variants include fairies. Briefly share power of flight with others. Merfolk. Okay, hold on, my phone is ringing. Alright, and I am back. Sorry about that interruption, it was just something pretty important. Let's have a look here, what else is ahead of us. Yeah, okay, fellowship is not much important to me. The elves also refer to themselves as the people of the curse, as they owe their long lives to a biotropic field that slows their aging. And my phone is ringing again. Give me a moment. Okay. Okay, sorry about yet another disruption. Okay, so the older they get, the more intensely they experience the passage of time. Apathy can be thrown as they get older. Oh! Biotropic field also presents the elves with a mutual sixth sense of sorts. They can feel when someone's looking at them and how they are looking at them, and others can feel the looks of elves upon themselves in turn. That is similar to something I have in RuneHack. Neat. La Notte Eterna. Mage Knight. The One Ring. I'm not sure what I was expecting. Pathfinder. Oh no. Okay. So much stuff. Okay. Monochromatic eyes that are almost all iris pupil. Yeah, okay, not much was missed. Wood giants are essentially the giants' version of elves. They live in hidden villages within ancient forests, revere and protect nature, and are distinguished from other giants by their long pointed ears. Huh, neat. Elves are plant people. Here we go. Okay, yeah, so forest people, literal trees or plants. Deciduous trees, conifers, tropical evergreens. Yellow elves are the only ones not to be strict vegetarians and will sometimes spice up meals with bits of raw flesh or living insect. The white elves. Natural habitat was a now vanished forest type that grew on top of Axis Mundi. Okay, I was expecting something more there. This Axis Mundi. Object or structure that metaphorically or literally represents the connection between heaven and earth. Okay. Fungus elves. They're also hermaphrodites. Blue elves, aquatic plants, kelp forests. Can't survive out of water. Purple red skin and violet hair. Swim by vibrating the long thin tails they have instead of legs. Huh. Goblins. They reproduce themselves by They reproduce by burying themselves, after which a spore-bearing plant grows over their graves and buds off new slurry things. Dryads, runners and sprites, and great trees. Okay, this seems to be religion, so maybe there's not gonna be anything biological. Scarred Lands, second edition for Pathfinder and D&D 5e. Couple of differences from the D&D norm, let's go! The elves here are around the same height as humans, and they commonly practice tattooing regardless of race. The common elven races of Gilbert, the primary continent, are wood elves who are close to standard, and the dark elves, or Drendali, Overt the usual depiction by tending toward neutrality rather than evil, only being cold dark because they live underground. Yeah, okay, so not that different. Huh. Random genetic quirk that can make an elf ageless rather than the normal 200 plus lifespan. Hmm. South America with photosynthetic patches of chlorophyll-rich skin. Okay. Wow, we are nearing the end of this page! Hooray! Strange. Laws of magic. Okay. Alisanta. Hold on, let me note that thing I noticed before the 2 phone calls down. And it was... Oh wait, I already did. Tormenta. That was not what I was hoping for. Okay. Not much told here. And war games. Warhammer sections. Okay. Kings of War. Honestly, I think I'll be fine not reading much on war game stuff, because it's gonna be just combat benefits at best. Maybe Warhammer has something extra, but I have a strong feeling there will be Warhammer section in the literature, which I was avoiding before. Okay, whatever. No, I'm not gonna do the war games. Okay. Let's do one of these sections again. Not the literature though, not yet. Because that should be its own page already. Look at how long it took me to scroll. Look. Oops. Oh no. 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 Okay. Oh. No. No. Okay. Fine. Filtering out what I did read and didn't read yet. Look at it. Look at how much there is. Oh, okay. Oh boy. Webcomics. Hmm. Let's read the webcomics ones from the bottom up. You'll be the elves. I still do not understand why you need us to help you throw over society. The elves are superior to normals in almost every way. Intelligence, longevity, strength, with one exception. It is a widely believed legend that the contact with iron causes terrible elf death. Sadly, we are no match for the normal's iron-based machineries and weaponry. That is why we need you, half-elves, to sabotage the iron, so we may reclaim the land we once ruled. There must be a mistake. I know both of my parents, and not one of them is an elf. As you age, you will discover most normals are not aware of the identity of their true parents. Ah, okay. Oh, let me think. Elf lifespans to 20 years. Dang. Okay. That is a different take on the elves. Not something I would personally go with, but kudos on trying out something different. Okay, just appearance. Mythological hotties who wouldn't give humanity the time of day. Okay, let's read the spoiler. Dang. Okay. I have to say, that is one of the coolest things I have read so far. Shagahole. I will not go with this, but it is. Oops. I did not realize that, yeah, when I select the text, it's gonna unspoiler it. So, ignore that. You didn't see anything. Um, anyway, yeah, that is wicked cool. I am not gonna do that, but good on them. Loroi, very literal space elves. Okay. Order of the Stick. I see the spoilers for a nanosec. It's an honest mistake. It's an accident. Please have mercy. Okay, next sphere. Magical girdle as a gift, which later proves to be useful. Okay, spoiler time. Hmm. Okay, that gave me nothing. My roommate is an elf, features an elf named Griswold, interested in human culture and living with a human in an apartment. Capable of magic and has a healing factor, apparently a long life, and his roommate Harold will likely be long dead by the time Griswold develops his first wrinkle. Fearful type of elves who eat babies. Uh-huh. Favorite Zendikar card. Nissa Ravane, Elf Planeswalker. Nissa's chosen. Thanks to the plan. Cobra Commander, Evil Mastermind. Cobra! Years of Yarn Craft. Okay. I don't feel like reading this. Because I have still plenty more to go over. Lindberger. The civil labor once powerful and lived, but once got their damn ruled it. Short-lived as humans and live in slums. Waiting years. Okay. One more thing. One more spoiler, I mean. Okay. Just story stuff. Not a big deal for me. Moving on. Toyboy is an elf, and his youthful looks, despite his old age, and affinity with magic may be related to this. Has the Dark Elves. Oppressive monarchy, civil war, and ruled by a 600-year-old queen. Half elves, the vast majority of which live outside this of Ylfmere and embrace their human side more. Born from human mothers, so genetically engineered, and they are stuck in prepubescent bodies for their entire life, and they are treated as dangerous second-class citizens by the society around them. And they only live for about 30 years before their affinity for magic kills them off. Yeah, that's a brutal twist. Sky elves, winter elves, ship elves, and wood elves. Okay. Okay, not much. Earthworld has the Royal Crown Coalition, made of the classic good guy fantasy races. Their elf allies are divided into Woodsy, who are tall, Shady, who are goth, Luckless, who die off screen, Eager, who is Link, Schlemiel, who are Jewish, Altruist, who are nurses, Lofty, who are aloof, and Superfluous, who are emo. There's also the tardy elves, but we don't get to see them because they move too slowly to get to the battle in time. The high elves, who are indeed high, and the dragon eats them. Juggle elves. Okay. Algun is shy. If you're the child of a human and immortal, you're an elf. And to some, an abomination. It means a few different things. Eternal young, skilled with magic, pointed ears, infertile, monster hybrid animals, bound by a lesser version of the immortal non-interference law. They cannot interfere unless the situation directly involves magic or to defend against a clear and present danger to themselves or others. Elves are also able to taste magic through their pointy ears. Ted and Grace are baffled how that even works. Let's see spoilers. Okay, and while at it, I'm gonna read the longer spoiler as well. Okay. Those are neat details, not too useful for me, but it is what it is. While in theory, elves are far weaker than their immortal parents, they have one major weakness. Oh, they have one major advantage. Immortals are constantly increasing in power and have to reset every couple centuries, wiping their memories in the process, to avoid turning into insane horrors. Elves don't increase in power like that, and thus are truly the ageless. The only elf we meet is at least 400 years old and still both young and sane, while his immortal mother is completely and utterly insane. Okay. Okay, that is neat. Separate immortals class. Okay. Elf blood. Time for different music. Let's see. Let's see this one. Or listen to this one. Age-following technophobes. Holy Roman Empire with magic. Their ancestral home, Alfheim, is supposedly hidden somewhere in Central Europe. Ooh. Okay, price was okay. Dubious company. Pretty standard wood elves. Bonded animal companions. Okay. Drow tales. The elves are immortal humanoids with magical powers and a culture vaguely reminiscent of a matriarchal version of the ancient Rome. Largely as a result of the aforementioned immortality and being the only widespread species able to use magic, they are arrogant enough to consider humans and orcs dumb animals, enslave them, and use them for food. But the whole thing is as much deliberate values dissonance as arrogance. For instance, food is scarce enough underground that they can't afford to get good meat to go waste. Let good meat go to waste. Okay, this could be neat. A few unusual traits includes their immortality being conditional on being in a high mana environment, meaning among a large number of other elves. If alone, they will begin to age and eventually die. Their ears also get more pointed as they age, as keratin is continuously laid down. Young elves' ears are simple triangles, while long, sharply pointed ears are the only real sign of age in ancient elves. Also, drow skin colors change slightly depending on where they come from. Hmm. Okay. Uh, okay, that was interesting. Dreamland Chronicles has pleasant enough elves. Elves are apparently drunken frat bros. Wow. Okay. I'm not even gonna read this, but yeah, good on them. Two distinct element types are present. Okay, spoiler time. Okay, not much for me. Hmm. 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 Barbie to Barbarian. They have funny names like Blinky, Queen Hello Kitty, and Kimchi. Okay. Ball Buddy. A running gag is that sexy elven women are desperately horny but can't get laid. Oh, of course, yeah. Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Okay, the two longest entries. Here we go. Mhm. Very closely tied to the elements of wind and lightning. Okay, not much for me. Okay. Oh, that was a lot. I I feel so tired. Reading through everything on the TV tropes page is so exhausting. But I will get it done. I will survive. Consists of solicitors, attorneys, and occasional insurance salesmen. Also, his name is Motoroil. Child of the Storm has multiple versions. I'm trying to read these to find something usable in them, but so far nothing. Okay, just to be sure, let's see the spoiler. Okay, that was not much. City. Okay, Child of the Storm, not that important for me. I already see these words and I dread what I'm gonna read. Okay, elves are naturally corporeal, but can learn to become incorporeal and are naturally able to see, hear, and interact with non manifested incorporeal beings. Just gonna copy that into my list of inspirations. Swar- Svartalfar, or swarthy elves, broadly resemble dark elves but have black hair and are taller and stronger on average than other elves. They are also the only elves to grow facial hair. They mostly live underground, often alongside dwarves. Most dwelves, half dwarves, half elves, are part Svartalfar. elves who fled from Shida to another sub-reality. Magical connection, developing science and technology instead. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, my finger slipped. Neville's being a high elf is responsible for his difficulty in potion class. High elves need to touch something in order to use their magic on it, and touching a boiling potion. Okay, okay. The land of dragons and dungeons. What am I looking at here? Hatch from eggs. Determined by what kind of arcane power is used to hatch them. The Fuka, or wild elves, are hatched by magic from the plane of fire. Uh-huh. Hodkin or wood elves, plane of earth. Wait, weren't the last ones? No, those were wild elves, okay. Marrow, aquatic elves. Alphon or shining elves. Okay. Exhausting details, but we are approaching the end of this section, so that's nice. Hardly any different from humans. Do I even feel like reading the rest of this then? Yeah, no, it's not gonna be worth it, I think. Power Rangers GPX. Oh dear. I'm not even gonna read that spoiler. Gonna be mostly lurking, just exercising. Have a good time. It is a time better spent than this, I guess. Oh, uh... Power Rangers! Okay, okay, that's it for the fanfiction section. I think the last one here is literature. Actually, a faster way to check is this. Yep, only the literature and video games remain. Uh, okay, you know what? Let's do the literature section. I feel like both I can expect more creative ideas from it, and also it's gonna be a little bit shorter than the video games section. So, fingers crossed. Wood elf category. Plant life that gathers in their hair, which often contains flowers, leaves, thorns, or other such things, and their children tend to be stillborn. Okay. Many abilities that could be perceived as magic. Fly, teleport, time travel, manipulate energy, and see possible futures. Yep, I am not gonna make any of those into my elven powers in RuneHack. Arcana Magi. Mm-hmm. Artemis Fowl. Okay. The art of dark and light. Some bits of uncanny valley weirdness about them. For example, the sound of their laughter strikes humans as oddly disturbing. Also, magic is a virgin power for female elves. Yeah. Next. The Band and the Banished. They fly to war in similarly supported flying ships. Okay. Born from trees, with their blood smelling like apples. By producing with human, it would produce an imp, a kind of monster used by the bad guys here. The heck? The Golden Elves were the oldest people of Royal Telth and established probably the first civilization based on the city of Gelderen. Dying race scattered across the world. Some of them, like Alphys and Sternwall, are still out there. Well, basically like overgrown elves, indicating they are progenitors of the race. Huh. The blood ladders. Okay, next. Book of Imaginary Beings. Fairy tale kind. Elves or Alps are tiny mischievous beings. Steal cattle and children. Lord of the Rings. Okay, I need music. I accidentally turned on just ambience. Mm, maybe this. Oh, actually, let's go with this. Because instead of minimal music, this one has music proper. Okay. A Cross of Dragons. Mortal, highly magical humanoids. Kirpis. Warlike and hostile Mano. Okay. Chronicles of the Emerged World. What about the elves? Well, to put it... Hello, hello. Okay, so what is this stream about? I want to rework how the elves work in my own world of RuneHack. And to do that, I am studying elves across media. I started by making a tier list of some that I am familiar with, which is already not fitting on one page. And I'm mostly looking at interesting biological traits that would actively remind the player that they are playing an elf. So I'm gathering ideas here. I'm already considering giving them some kind of telepathy. I'm not literally being able to convey all the thoughts to another person without speaking, more like conveying the idea or emotion without using specific words. I'm not sure yet. Either that or telepathy through contact, through touch. There is also a brief idea. I wrote this down just so I have the ideas that I found neat written down, even if I am not going to use them. There were several myths where a human, after their death, would turn into an elf, or an elf-like being. And that is mentioned in real-life mythologies. Some media describes them as incorporeal spirits or semi-corporeal. This one I am seriously considering making canonical, so elves would essentially be reduced to half-elf, half-human hybrids that have been so distilled yet retained their elven nature that by now it's considered an elf if it's a half-elf, and the true elves are not remembered, long forgotten, something like that. Especially the part about aging slowed around other elves or in mana-rich regions. Yes, that's the thing, right? That's why I've been combing through the TV tropes pages where our elves are different, trying to find what I could do to make this work. I've been at it for 4 hours at this point. I started briefly by just explaining my tier list here, and then JJ suggested me I check out the Vulcans from Star Trek and Romulans, but I did not get as much from Romulans as I did from the Vulcans. The Vulcans are where I learned about this telepathy part, as well as their ability to transfer their mind into another being. Lol. Yeah. I've been at it for 4 hours at this point. I've gone through pretty much everything on this page, save for the literature section. That's the only last page that remains here. I also went through everything on the tabletop games section, and I have yet to go through the video games section. It's a lot, but I found some pretty cool ideas in there. I believe I ended here with Chronicles of the Immersed World. Roll the immediate piece. Okay. Bruh, sounds exhausting. Yeah, but I want elves that are better, you know. Because look at this, okay? This is my tier list. First of all, I certainly don't want the Harry Potter house elves to be my elves. I get that some mythologies refer to them as elves. I just don't want that. I want the elves to be human-like, human-shaped, human-sized, roughly. So, F tier for me. Munchkin and Nimble 5e pretty much reduce the elves to their stats. And those stats, in very brief terms, are you can react faster, you can escape faster, something like that, you know? Not much. In The Witcher, I've only read one of the books so far, so I cannot be a good judge of it. But judging by what I've read on TV tropes and online, etc., there isn't much that would make the elves in Witcher have different culture based on their biology. Ooh, elves in The Witcher are very interesting actually. Do tell me, I would like to be corrected on that. In the meantime, I will say the C tier is what I see as default, which is why Lord of the Rings is there. It's not bad, but it's default. We can do better. Within this, I also assigned Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, Daggerheart, Delicious in Dungeon, Dragon Age, and Elder Scrolls. Yes, despite Elder Scrolls Elves having good lore, I've put them here because, I don't know, there isn't anything that they do which would make them better, I think. B tier, World of Warcraft, they have some neat lore, and I find the Shadow Meld ability to be really interesting. But with that out of the way, yeah, I would put this somewhere between B and C tier. Freeren, I am biased, so Freeren gets into B tier. Otherwise, it would be a C tier. It's a good story, so check out Elder Blood in the Witcher universe. Alni? Elder Blood, also known as Hen Ika in Elder Speech or the Lara gene after its most famous carrier, is a gene set granting its possessors immense magic powers. Result of an extensive elven breeding program of the sources that spanned multiple generations. Basing upon the innate abilities of the unicorns, the program's ultimate goal was to breed a person capable of opening the Ard Gate. The Ithlin's prophecy refers to either this person or their parent as the Swallow. The gene was lost to the elves after Lara Doren eschewed her breeding partner from the human mage Fragnan of Lot. Okay. While the Nordling mages extensively studied the line following Lara's death, and even went so far as to control who did and didn't have children to continue the line, it turned out they had made several flaws in their research. For one, they hadn't realized they'd only been tracking one type of the gene, the main Elder Blood, when there was a latent gene and a pseudogene called an activator, meaning the person had no magical power from the Elder Blood but was a carrier of the gene. While the latent gene and activator could die out in 2 to 3 generations, particularly if they were all male descendants, if it met up again with another carrier, a resulting child could end up with the main gene like Calanthe or Salanthe. Furthermore, The researchers had only kept track of official or well-known children of carriers. For example, they were able to keep track of Amavet's two known illegitimate children, Muriel and Crispin, but might have missed other possible premarital or extramarital children. And thus they assumed only Ciri was the sole inheritor of the elder blood, when there could actually be others out there with the same trait. Interestingly, the main elder blood gene only appeared in the female line, while the male line could only be activators and latent. Yeah, okay, this is... It's interesting, it's fine. This is really detailed. It's like a bit more scientific approach, but perhaps it's not what you are looking for. Not really. Because as far as I can tell, this is for opening some portals, or portal, which is neat, but it's not something that all the elves have. If every elf was able to open a portal, sure, that would shape their civilization a lot, but that's not it. But thank you. This was a neat read, though. True. Okay. I've put into A tier Divinity Original Sin 2 and Draw Steel. Draw Steel solely because the high elves can change their appearance slightly, which to me feels like a very elfish trait that is not present in all that much media. Sure, we have glamour, we have fae who use glamour, but it's not usually associated with elves, so that's neat. And Divinity Original Sin 2 embraces cannibalistic elves because they consume the flesh of animals and people to gain their memories. And that significantly changes their culture, like a lot. Which is why that's A tier, in my opinion. Honorable mention to Shadowrun, because that has elves as metahuman, and there are also variant elves, which are just different mythological creatures across the world. Like you have the Dryads as I think Mediterranean type of an elf, and Nocturne, which is another type of elf, and so on and so forth. It's cool how Shadowrun does the races. I also have the Vulcans here and the Hylians, which Hylians I like in particular because they have an explanation for the pointy ears. They can use them to send telepathic messages to each other or to receive them from the gods. And that is cool. By the way, Vulcans and Romulans are more or less the same race. Okay, that explains it. Because the Wikipedia pages said pretty much the same stuff, but their internal organs were different, somewhat. Yeah. Okay, so Hylians, it's not that used in the games now that I mention it, but I still find it cool enough to warrant a C tier. If it was used on a regular basis among people, like, oh, I already told this guy to bring me some milk, but thank you for that link. If it was more commonly used, I would be able to bump it up to B tier, or hell, even A tier. But like this, while I was playing The Legend of Zelda, I felt like it's just because I am the hero of time, Link himself, and that's why I was getting all these telepathic messages, because I got the special treatment. But Yeah, it's not it's not there, it's just the lore, so see here. Okay. Okay, I can already tell the half-elves is not worth reading. Okay, and this is also pretty much not worth it. Chronicles of the Raven. The elves come in several different flavors, but special mention must go to the Taigetan, an elite order of religious warriors who detect the jungles of Calais from intruders, even though most people die within days of entering anyway. They will hunt you down like prey, only to kick your teeth through the back of your head with one foot, crush your throat with the other, and then spin around in midair and stab you in the eye just for good measure. Okay, that didn't give me much. Graceful, white-haired, mildly telepathic, and live in harmony with nature. Okay, so we are getting somewhere. This telepathy idea has some merit to it. Lifelong bonds with individual animals at puberty. While they're presented as being normally superior to the human Allarans in some ways, in others they can be remarkably savage people. Are your elves going to have some special internal organs, perhaps? I don't know yet. I'm gonna mark this, and hold on, let me just look up the page with the elves. Social pillar, health. Okay, so this is what elves in RuneHack are written right now, like, mechanically speaking. As I was coming up with the RuneHack itself, I kind of found out that that it will be great if I can accommodate more than one fantasy at the same time, instead of making something extremely specific. So, for example, some elves have upward pointed ears, like the elves in World of Warcraft. They have either really long ears or upward pointed ears. Well, they usually are long. That's the point. While other elves, like this one, have ears that point more or less sideways. How do I make it happen? Which one do I go with? Well, how about both? Which kind of ears you have depends on your race, or rather on kin of the elf. This has no mechanical benefits, it's just pure appearance thing, and you can mix and match it. So if you want to play an elf with tan skin, blue hair, and short ears that point sideways, you can totally do that. How cool is that? And not only that, I couldn't decide if I wanted to have elves who are extremely short or extremely tall. So you know what? Screw it. You can play an elf as short as 80 centimeters or as tall as 280 centimeters, but most of them fall into the regular human range plus some extras. That's actually amazing. It could mean they can see kind of their ancestry. Exactly. That's the thing that I am so excited about. Because, yeah, sure, this is the rain ancestry, but if I mix tan skin, white hair, long ears that are medium between upwards and sideways, it's gonna be clear that one of my parents is a rain elf and another is a moon elf, or some mixtures of those two. So, okay, we have the elves, sure. What's their cool trait gonna be? You need to sleep only once a day, and you regain all energy when you do so. To explain how this works, the The day in the RuneHack RPG is separated into 4-hour blocks. Therefore, everyone except for elves needs to use the sleep activity twice a day. Elves only need to do it once at the moment. You can be forced into sleep, you can see in the dark. Seeing in the dark is fine, it can stay, but other than that, this doesn't do much for them culturally. On my own tier list, I would put them at C tier, maybe even a D tier, because it's just nothing burger. Anyway, hold on, is my stream down? Thanks for explaining, by the way. Sorry for holding you up with the research. No worries, I am super happy to explain it. In fact, I am gonna spoil all of the Elven features, because I wanted in this game to have some way of improving in various aspects of yourself, depending on what kind of activity you are pursuing. In this case, it is about social stuff, and there are plenty of features that all the races share, but there's also some very specific to elves, like, for example, history lived. You've been alive for well over a century. You have a mastery of local history, and you fail a cognition roll regarding this topic only if you roll a 1 on all dice. In other words, if you are trying to recall what happened in wherever you grew up, you make a roll and you will fail only on the worst possible result, which is very unlikely. There's also Animal Companion, of course. Dreamwalking is something I came up with, but it turns out that plenty of media share this trope. Surprisingly, even some mythologies, since the elf is considered Alpine in some mythology, the what's it called? The spirit who would sit on you during your dream paralysis. So this is not exactly that, it is more about shaping someone else's dreams, but still, I think it's pretty cool that I came up with that, and it's a thing. We have something for graceful, which is to avoid getting damaged. We have sensitive ears, which allow you to basically gain echolocation. You can also choose to make yourself invisible, or whatever the equivalent of that would be with other senses. You can communicate with animals, simple commands, and you get to pick which of these you have. That's my fantasy for the elves, which is you get to pick what kind of elf you want to be in RuneHack by playing it long enough. Because it would be weird for me, or at least to me, to enforce something like dreamwalking upon all the players. If all the players could dreamwalk, some would be like, I don't want this from an elf. So this is just what I think people would want when playing an elf. And yeah, I'm considering replacing it. Not sure what with. Possibly the telepathy. Maybe I could rephrase this into something more like you can communicate simple ideas to anyone by touching them, but I am not sure yet. Interesting so far, what I see is that even your elves are very tight with nature. I like it, but I wonder if there could be a different approach to elves. Maybe if they could be extraterrestrial. Well, that is something that is mentioned here so many times. Oh, just 4 times. Ah, maybe it's because I collapsed all of the categories. 7 times, okay. So, space elves. Yes, that's a thing in fiction. so common that it's a trope. Telepathy could tie in with it. Yeah, the Vulcans, the Bride from Star Trek, they have telepathy. That's the thing that gave me the idea. Or space elves, maybe, traditional elves in space. Enlightened mystic race. Personality-wise, they may be aloof and detached. Either way, they have a tendency to be more mystical or philosophical than most of the other species in the setting. These are almost, by definition, a proud scholar race. Okay. Mystic alien intruders. That's pretty much what I believe they are in Witcher. Kind of. I think in Witcher they are from another world. But I thought they're not that specific type of extraterrestrial. Or maybe from a spiritual plane. I don't know, just throwing ideas on the wall. Perfectly fine. That's, yeah, that's the thing here, is that space elves are, well, any of these four. Either elves in space, or something mystic and enlightened. I'm not sure how this is different from regular elves, but okay. Or intruders from another world. And psychic, green-skinned, space babe. What's this? Ah, okay, of course, yeah. Yeah. I should have known. Yeah. So that's the space elves. I am not gonna read these because... oh boy. I already had enough with the regular elves being different. Out of these ideas, so far, I believe this I will make the silent canon for RuneHack. In other words, what people would normally consider elves is gonna be actually half elves, and the true elves are gonna be forgotten, mysterious, hidden somewhere else. I like the mind and dream thing, like how they are born. They could be born from ideas or thoughts, akin to gods in some mythologies. Yeah. But in RuneHack I want them to be somewhat grounded. That's why I'm gonna make this a silent canon thing, which is gonna allow the true elves to be weirder like that, born from thoughts and so on. Sorry, no worries. I like the ideas. That's created process, but the merging of souls. Yeah, that could also work. That's something that I actually have that I wrote about years ago. Let's see, is it gonna be here? I guess in this. Soul brand, kinds of souls. Okay, Feywild. Or Fey souls. Since Feywild was created by gods that were not sober at the time, it makes sense that the Fey souls are not normal. Feywild overall is its own world with no afterlife, even if the psychopomps can reach it. That's because the psychopomp of death has learned to ignore the Fey, for they have a way to put themselves back together. Each Fey contains multiple souls. All that's needed for a Fey to be born is for enough Fey souls to meet somewhere. Sometimes the psychopomp of life could assist in that, while other times an archfey forms her followers, seeming as if she pulls them out of thin air. Most of the time, however, the Fey form by themselves. When a Fey dies, its souls fly into the Feywild and there look for other souls to clump up with. When enough souls meet up, a Fey appears. Based on the number of souls, different kinds of Fey manifest. For example, one would need 4 souls to form a fairy, but 25 to form a nymph. Oh, look at me inventing the wheel all over. That's not a bad thing. That's literally why I'm looking at TV tropes. Because I want to avoid reinventing the wheel. It's really hard to come up with something truly new and truly unique. So the alternative is to just find stuff that already works and see if I can rework it into something newer. Literature. Codex collaboration. Tychans, who at least physically are space elves except for their technicolor hair, but instead of being magical or building crystal spires, they're a race of ethicals. Yeah, yeah. Beautiful 8 pointy ears, fairy tufts at the ends, but not inhumanly beautiful. Suffering from the immortal procreation clause, but not immortal. Medieval stasis, rest of the world moves on. Warmongering neighbors. Ethical what? This moral and benevolent person, at least when it comes to matters of romance and sexuality. A person who has a strong and reasonable ethical code, a strong and not misguided sense of empathy, or both. They also strongly believe in consent. Because of this, regardless of this or in spite of this, depending on the setting, the character believes that sex is good, and that it's wrong to impose limits on what sexuality should be like. I am speechless. Okay. The elves are a race of genetically engineered as super soldiers, ageless, phenomenal physical characteristics, made to look like hot pointy-eared chicks because, well, they could. Green-skinned space babe, of course. Protected by genetic copyright laws, which say that no human can have their powers and appearance, and only elves are allowed to live in Alfheim. A crowded housing project because all elves crave the honor of living there, and since they don't die, the population just goes up and up. So, or so our semi-reliable source says. There are two variants of elves. Most of the elves were made in North America and are tall, elegant. Cheap Japanese knockoff. They do wilding. Have fun, gonna pop off, but look forward to watching it a week later. Thank you so much. Have a lovely rest of the night, and I'll have to keep going on with this. Only a couple left. Only a couple. A lot. Okay. I need a different music switch. Okay. So what's it gonna be this time? Ghosts of Appalachia. The Crimson Shadow. They seem typical with a more slender build, but a longer lifespan, pointy ears, and repeatedly have a strong connection to nature. Unlike in many examples, they and the dwarves are fine with each other while reproduce with humans and half-elves. Okay. Deathgate cycle. Corrupt and decadent empire ruled by cutthroat politics and sinister magic. Prince rebellion against the current regime in the hope of restoring the earlier ideals. Celestra. That's a cool word. Celestra. Let's see. Water is air. So it's gonna be like underwater, I guess. Very cool, very old, and most humans and dwarves have a little understanding of and patience with their culture, deeply devoted to peace and harmony, and are explicitly stated to have found a level of wisdom that their cousins on the other world did not. Less attuned to the natural world than the humans. Great irritation. Cannot replicate the magic humans used to tame and ride dragons. Okay. Elves in the Demon War Saga by R.A. Salvatore. Okay, just as I expected. Devery. Then the horse skin appeared. That was the last thing I was expecting to see in this article. briefly mentioned and still being hung up on ranks and class. Some fled to the plains, becoming not always distant ancestors of the West folk. Best known elves. Near the end of the series, the readers only meet one member. Describes them as living from the sea, but preserving the memories of all. Okay, spoiler time. Okay. Okay. This world. Now this better be good. Okay. This is a neat take. Not something that I can use, but a parasite universe instead of parallel universe, that is hilarious. Okay, psychic abilities. Yeah, no, skip. Dragonlance. That's gonna be just D&D, so skimming. Yeah. Grouped by affinity powers, and this affects their appearance. It's also being implied that while they are very long-lived, they aren't immortal. Okay. Mm-hmm. This is funny. JR Tolkien rewriting reality. Elantrians. Okay. I'm gonna make an exception and look up Elantrians. Hopefully. Oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna try to make it quick and spoiler it, just in case. Okay, at least they look nice. I will open the art in a separate page, because that's some cool looking art. Transformation generally happens at night. The people are generally random. Okay. Abilities and appearance. Physical changes. Basic metabolic processes happening in the Elantrian body. but the bodies are mostly sustained by investiture. Superior strength and speed. Die of natural causes if left untreated. Okay. Period Elantrians. Mental changes invested are. I don't see much that would. Oh, hold on. Okay. Heart ceasing to beat. Breathing and eating were no longer needed. Bleeding no longer happened. Wounds refused to heal. Sleep and brain functions continues to work very similarly to the way it did before. Only killed by decapitation or burning. Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyway, look at this. It's pretty cool. Cool that he has artwork like this on in as part of his story. Anyway, I guess that's just humans but better. So that checks out. Elfin Knight. Elf Maiden. Elric Saga. Okay, oh yeah, that's the trope maker, so of course it checks out as standard. Box standard Dark Elf stuff. I accidentally tapped my keyboard again. Okay. Okay, yeah. Elves are called Elves, and in addition to standard elf traits, have sonar and can leap like grasshoppers. See, at least that's something. Uh, that's beyond the book standard. Yeah, echolocation, sonar, and leaping like grasshoppers. Sure, okay. Long predating token, the elves and the fairy queen are established as powerful race associated with woman with beauty, old magic, and great wisdom owing to their creator and enlightenment by Prometheus. Faraway Paladin. They do eat meat and cut trees. Keeping a forest healthy means removing sick trees and keeping animal populations in check. Okay. In the Forbidden Towers, a choose your own adventure book in the Fantasy Forest series, elves can live for hundreds of years, jump really high and far, disappear, so teleport, and by quickly rubbing their thumb across their other fingers, create the Elven Spark, a tiny bolt of electricity which can stun small enemies and start fires. Yeah, okay, that is. See, that's fun. I don't think I will include much of this in RuneHack, although I am considering the jumping part because that sounds very elfish. Mm. But other than that, it's like it's cool. It's cool to have elves like that in their story. Forest of Boland, the Allied Railway. Mm-hmm. The hero finds a flute that summons elves when being played. They ask the hero what he wishes for, and he asks them for to help him return home, and they grant his wish. Does this have any illustration? German fairy tale. Ah, okay. Goblin Emperor. Expressive ears. Why am I not surprised that that's a TV Tropes article? Okay. Green Rider. Hmm. Innate magic. Okay. Time for a spoiler. Okay. It was not worth it. Half-Blood Chronicles. They're much stronger and more magically adept than humans, although they cannot use the psychic powers humans can develop. And the first thing these refugees did was to conquer the nearby human kingdoms, set themselves up as all-powerful overlords, and indoctrinate all humans until they believed they'd always been slaves. They're extremely arrogant and ancient elder. I have both the magic of the elves and the humans' telepathy. Huh. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Follows. Elves are a large departure from the usual diction. A little faster and stronger than humans, magic, not unique with their race. Some practice what is called wild magic, which comes from gods and is unpredictable but powerful. They pass as old money to humans. They pass as old money humans to blend into society and maintain the remnants of feudalism. Okay. Incorruptibles. Taller, stronger, faster than humans, claws and pointy teeth, healing factor, inherent stealth abilities which appear to be all magical, often appearing to just be patches of deeper shadow or blurs unless they want to be seen. mortality and thought processes are frighteningly incomprehensible, often committing acts of extreme cruelty and violence just for fun, and have been known to eat people on occasion. Cool. They're also masters of deception, and while they never actually lie, they are known for never revealing the whole truth, or saying something but meaning something different, so metaphorically true. Aragon briefly adopts their vegetarian lifestyle but relents on it in the next book and rejects their notions of atheism altogether. Mhm. Trace called their cyber oaks, some to the point where it lapse into catatonia. I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level. Mm, mhm. Okay, that was not worth reading. Yeah, okay, straight trope. Human and goblin hybrid. What the hell? Hold on, what? Heinz hybrid. Well, you see, my mother was a mermaid and my father was a minotaur. Right, and let me guess, you got the human half from both of them. Exactly. Gotcha, hardy har har. Guy bugging you this. Listen, sir, I'm just here to drop off my brother and I'll be on my way. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, Heinz hybrids of human and goblins. Deliberately birthed by the Goblin Queen. Okay. John Carter of Mars. Blueprint of Drow, so skipping that. The Kingston cycle. They live in the human afterlife and are believed to be endowed servants of the Makers. Crystal Dragon Jesus. So their Grand Duchess holds authority over any earthly monarch. Mm-hmm. Laundry files. Okay, I'm not even gonna read that spoiler. Okay, longer. Elves can naturally communicate with animals. Okay, so that's neat. Mm-hmm. Magic Hour, Light Elf. Make and wrap presents in a matter of minutes. Cool. Magnus Chase and the Gods of Asgard. I'm like halfway down through this page. Halfway. Okay. This is content, guys. This is exactly what people tune into this stream to watch. A guy looking at TV Tropes page. Until his eyes bleed or something, I don't know. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay. Magic by accident. Well-face, kind of a cross between elf and fairy. Wealthy elders communicate only psionically. All Welfies can change their size and do so as a matter of fashion. When they're small, they live in mushrooms and housing shortages are created when tall Welfies are at the mode. Female Welfies are expected to remain subservient and put it bleakly upon the merry green sword. Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna copy these two lines because those are interesting. Probably not something I will do with Rune Hacks Elves, but hey, worth adding to my list. Basically, elves minus pointy ears? Wow. Okay. So far, nothing interesting here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn. Scythe and their cousins, the Norns, are pretty practical elves, despite the term never being used for them. Virtually immortal. Wow, that's a long parenthesis. Powerfully magical, and not overly fond of mortals. Also very alien by human standards, which seem like a combination of vast cultural differences, their long lives giving them an eerily long-term perspective, and the fact that most humans are pretty terrible at reading Scythe body language. Scythe are a mix of high elf and wood elf traits, and are generally benevolent if isolationists. Okay. Mick Oberon. Mm-hmm. Monster Hunter International. Mm-hmm. Strong innate knowledge of magic, and they're one of Harbinger's biggest go-tos when dealing with strange otherworldly phenomena, but their personalities tend to grade pretty quickly. On the other hand, later books show offhandedly Later books offhandedly mention that the elves who live in Europe fit the standard high elf stereotypes more, though it also mentioned Tolkien might have exaggerated a little about them. They're both still pretty damn high and mighty about themselves, however. Muddle Earth. Okay, that's gonna be another servant race. Randolph. In Inter-Elf? Fantasy Counterpart Appliance. Oh boy. My vampire older sister and zombie little sister. Oh boy. Over lifespan. Their only other advantage are some minor supernatural abilities, though these can still be very effective in a fight. I mean, what are these minor supernatural abilities? What am I looking at? Hmm. Cool. Very magical abilities. Dark elves. Elf lock and elf shot. At a distance, tangle up long, flexible objects such as shoe straps or jellyfish tentacles. It seemingly cannot affect internal organs such as blood vessels or intestines. Elf shot is the ability to produce an electric current from their body. This can be channeled through a melee weapon or through a conductive powder fired from a bow, the latter giving the impression of an invisible arrow. This was not worth looking up. I'm sorry to whoever is a fan of that, but not for my purposes. Night Runner. Okay. 9 bags of gold. Okay. 9 goblins. Oh, 2 things with 9 in the title. Okay. Elves tend to be tremendous snobs, though Signs to Trees was a less glamorous version of a wood elf. Doesn't have much drug and a general superior attitude, finding it hypocritical. Obsidian Trilogy. Ah. They are almost always perfect in whatever they do. Elf-made dishes, clothes, weapons, horses, fortresses, and even mines are noted as being very beautiful and functional to an extreme. Very convoluted system of politeness, considering questions and any sort of directness as extremely rude and only appropriate when time is short. Wow, that's a thing that we already heard today. These elves all look very similar too. I feel like the Obsidian trilogy probably inspired Goblin Punch in his articles, with like all the elves looking very similar, and this part also with how they are extremely polite, which is neat. It's neat to see where it could have come from, probably. Okay, elves are mentioned at the point on the spectrum between the higher courts of fairy and the fairy markets. Generally found in the positions of liaison between more human realms and the Fey Masters. Okay. Paradox. Okay, I'm gonna look at the spoiler here. Side effect of the genting. Oops. Ah, okay. You heard nothing. Practical guide to evil. Okay. Princesses of the Pizza Parlor. Prophecy of Proph's Companion. Quantum gravity. Elves' ears reach the tips of their heads, though they do not stick out at any notable angle. They are either immortal or close enough to it that humans haven't noticed. They can be controlled by their true names in any realm, and any creature can be controlled by his or her true name there, though elves are still the most vulnerable. By human standards, everyone is a spy, at least to some extent. The pale hair-skin eyes holds true. Okay. I'm not sure why that was a spoiler, but okay. Elves. Okay. Reign of the Seven Spellblades. I sometimes interpret them in how is half and half and take it all full yellow form. Or gives the spell's casting ability for short periods. Okay. Realm of the Elderlings. Okay. We are the letter R, guys. We are at the letter R. And then I feel like I could skip out on the video game examples, or maybe just scroll past and look at the ones that hit me as the most interesting types. Different than most depictions. Okay, let's see. They lack the longevity, outside of being typically better at magic and having pointy ears, larger eyes, triangular faces. The elf here are much like humans. What makes this elf very superior to humans in the series is that they don't have the usual elf disadvantages either. In the series background, there are 1 million humans but scattered around 100 dimensional kingdoms. Okay, this was not worth it. Dragon Lords, 4 groups. Wood Elves, Treetop Town, House Slaves, Moorhead Hell, Dark Elves, High Elves, Glamred Hell, and the disappearance of the Dragon Lords. Okay, I don't even want to read that spoiler. Elves are nature-loving Magitek cyborgs who might have been human once. Damn, what an opener. Were servant race of the ancients and helped maintain their machines. But now that the engines are gone and their technology is not properly maintained, the elves try to stay away from it because the malfunctioning energy has odd effects on the crystals embodied in their bodies. Teeth that are fused together. That's a disturbing detail. Okay, time for me to have a drink. It's been a while. At least since those phone calls I received. Okay, now while I had the drink, I managed to finish reading up to this. Yeah, it's fine. Four fingers tipped with black claws. Otherwise fit nearly to wood elf. Okay, let's see. What's the spoiler here? Okay, it was not worth it. White Walkers. Yeah, okay. The White Walker females can even seduce men? Ah, okay. Aren't they zombies? Valerians. Naturally gifted at magic. Hmm. Let's have a looky. I'm not gonna learn much here, I think. Practice blood magic. Okay, I see. Hmm. Some, like Tracker, are able to actively unsync their lungs and breathe one lung at a time, thanks to two voice boxes. This also allows them to speak in an echo of themselves. That's a cool feature. Spiderwick Chronicles. Okay, let's see the spoiler. Huh. Okay. It's not that big of a deal. They can also melt when they're injured, have an aversion to heat, and can be healed with magic ice. That's some ice elves, alright. Long-lived magical race. Stardust. The Sundering. Sword Art Online. Hooray! I even want to. Alfheim Online. Let's see the races. Gnome, Imp, Leprechaun, Puka, Salamander, Spriggan, Sylph, Undyne. Vacation, Pixie, Elves. Yeah, okay, whatever. It's not bad, but I'm spending too much time on this already. Oh, okay. These people can run twice as fast as you can without making a sound. They can see to the farthest horizon of a starless night, and they can hear the heartbeat of a mouse. They don't sweat. If they fart, you'll never hear about it. They can go into a human town and freak everybody's wives, sons, and daughters for 15 hours straight. They are going to live forever. And can you imagine what would happen if the brand new emperor that stood before his people and said, "Hey, these are the people who are going to be in charge of you"? Do you think the people who had just thrown off one tyrant would have just rolled over and accepted that? Yeah. Elves don't even need to breathe. Oh boy. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna leave the Tolkien's Legendarium for last because I feel like I'm still not approaching the end. Okay, fine. Look, I feel like the Tolkien's Legendarium will only describe pretty much the bog standard elves anyway, mostly focusing on culture and stuff. I'm gonna skip that for the sake of my own time. Elves are, as usual, immortal, nicer, more ethereal, more magical, better looking in general, better than humans. Mm-hmm. Elves are immortal shapeshifters capable of switching between beautiful party face and more orc-like horrifying war face. Many of them are capable of powerful magic. Hmm. Just gonna add that to my list. It is funny. Oh, this is so long. Ah, three left. Okay, let's start with Worlds of Shadow. Taller and more play magical. Long faces, pale skin, black hair. Very fast. Okay, The Witcher. Let's go Witcher. Long-lived, distinguished from humans by being taller and having moderately long pointy ears. No facial hair. Total humans. Edit in class. Okay. Let's say that. Okay, okay. Winds and sparks, here we go. Elastic traits, arrogant, magical, warlike, in tune with nature, close to outsiders, yet better part is worth it to suffer to good. Okay. Uh-huh. The centuries of decline. They consider bows and a weapon unbecoming to men. They seem to be the ones attuned to nature like nobody else. Listen to the forest sensing events miles away. Then a badass normal human beats him at his own game. Okay, and that's it. It was not worth it. I've got some good ideas, but holy crap, so much stuff. I've been at it for 5.5 hours almost. Let's just fly through this quickly. Age of Wonders. Arknight. Armageddon. Armies of Elzinho. Here we go, finally. The elves physically match the height of Thanians, being tall, willowy, long-lived, but are more culturally based on wood elves. They're incredibly in tune with nature, though they do eat both meat and plants. Long-lived, highly intelligent, and powerful seers capable of seeing the future. On the other hand, they're cannibals, though they only eat the dead, and only to honor them and gain their memories. Still, it doesn't prevent a lot of universe discrimination over the issue, and their homeland was recently destroyed. They also don't look down on other races, interestingly. That's part of the lizard folks had instead. Getting stuck experiencing the memories of the animal your dinner is made out of can be somewhat awkward in polite company. Yeah. See, this is why I like the Divinity Original Sin Elves. Okay, we already read the Dragon Age. Drakengard. Dwarf Fortress. Okay. Now there's moves. Oh, those are wild elves, got it. Hmm, weird. It's a neat detail, but not much I can do with that. There is said to be a literal veil of mist that they cannot penetrate surrounding their former home. Blank eyes and chameleon-like skin can tame sea serpents and are led by an undying wizard named Orgnu. Yeah, pretty cool. Orsimer are orcs. Britons. Mm-hmm. EverQuest. High elves. Okay. Hmm. I remember this. Bosco's reality 2.0 character is a half-elf vertically. That was a funny joke. Mm-hmm. Stardew Valley. Uh-huh. Sunset Overdrive. The head bear elf ears are pointy ears that stick out at an angle from the head. I am so tired. Okay, that's it. I've skimmed it, so I could have missed something cool, but that's pretty much everything. Hmm. Okay. I can still make sure that I'm not missing something by searching for hmm, unique elves in media. I'm not gonna look through everything here. Best depictions of elves in fantasy. Let's go. Okay, it's getting repetitive. Okay, so this is pretty much everything I got. I wonder which parts of this I could use to make them feel different. Hmm. I will say that I am very tempted to include minor shapeshifting in there, but it feels weird. It feels weird to include that. No need to breathe. That is extremely situational. Same as a lack of sound when making footsteps. Okay, time to delete stuff. Footsteps and breathing out. I already got the footsteps covered anyway, kind of. It's spending 5 energy and using 2 senses. Until the start of your next turn, only machines can perceive you using the chosen senses, while other beings ignore your presence. It's not even an action, so that is pretty cool. What else? All Welfies can change the size and do so as a matter of fashion. Out. It's not that I don't like the option, but it doesn't suit my elves. Also, I'm gonna switch to music. Long rest. Because we are nearing the end of the stream. Jumping really far and high. Yeah, no, let's not do that. They age slower in an area rich with mana. They age slower when around other elves. That one I like a lot. But then again, it's gonna be very irrelevant in the game itself. Because usually you would assume the society to be a mixture of all the races. So yeah, I'm gonna remove these. Plus the age, the lifespan is easy to forget about. Okay, semi-corporeal. I don't want that. Elves are natural corporeal, can learn to become incorporeal, and are naturally able to see, hear, and interact with manifested incorporeal beings. I would need to adjust the world building of RuneHack to make incorporeality a thing. So let's not do that. Turning into an elf after death is also gonna have to go out. Mm, this one, maybe the elves are actually half elves. That is pretty much canon, but silent canon. Each elf has a specific personal purpose in life and will not die naturally until it's fulfilled. I'm gonna remove that because these are supposed to be people, not golems with a single goal to fulfill. Wealthy elders communicate only psionically. It is overlapping with the telepathy, so I'm gonna remove that. Two voice boxes. This also allows them to speak in an echo of themselves. Well, not just an echo. If you have two voice boxes, you could also maybe sing two different tunes at the same time. Or like sing in harmony with yourself. That could be a neat way to use that, but yeah, it is also a very situational ability. First and foremost, I want this to be useful in my game, Runehack Fairy Heist. Seeing in the dark is good enough, but I want something more. I want something different. And maybe the telepathy is the thing that I need for this. Oh, okay. Well, I accidentally refreshed the site while not having anything backed up. Um, I'm gonna pause my stream on the other view and rewrite the voice boxes. Minor shapeshifting. I could imagine minor shapeshifting being a lore thing. Or maybe not even a lore thing. Maybe that's just a default. Okay, it's either minor shapeshifting or the telepathy. Raw steel. Sardi. Will it exist? Still compendium. Okay, thank you so much. Where are the races? Is it gonna be ancestries? High elf. High elf glamour. A magic glamour makes others perceive you as interesting and engaging, granting you an edge on presence tests until the flirt or persuade skills. This glamour makes you appear and sound slightly different to each creature you meet, since what is engaging to one might be different to another. However, you never appear to be anyone other than yourself. Mm, yeah, it's fine, I guess. Climber of Terror, Graceful Retreat, High Senses, Otherworldly Grace, Revisit Memory, Recalling Lore. Focus in any situation you can't be made dazed. Huh, okay. Either it's gonna be minor shapeshifting or telepathy, and which one I go with is gonna have to be seen once I update the game. Until that point, though, that's the mystery of the elves. We've gone through a lot today. I am satisfied with how I did, and I think I've had enough of a stream for one day. I hope you all had a good time, despite me being, for the most part, just silently skimming through TV tropes pages. And you know, if you enjoyed that, I am so happy for you. But also, I don't know if I will be doing this ever again. Because I already figured out what I want the other races in my world to be. The elves only felt like. Hold on. And the elves felt like something that I wanted to change a little. Just to go into a bit of more detail, the dwarves have extremely sensitive sense of touch, allowing them to sense literally what is touching the surface that they are touching with bare skin. Elves need to sleep less and can see in the dark. I think I think I will be removing this part. Can't be forced into sleep because that is just such a situational benefit. Might as well just ignore it. The fairy, of course, they can fly above the ground and they are extremely tiny. The goblins, based on their diet over the course of a week, they can change their ability, their species in effect. So that's something. As for the humans, they are better at learning stuff and being intuitive. Uh, this is what I've also mentioned before with the seventh sense. Something in TV tropes mentioned that the elves can tell when someone is looking at them, and they know, and the other people can sense when an elf is looking at them. This is somewhat like that. The humans in my world can develop a trait called seventh sense. They can use an action to learn when someone or something someone or something can see you, and in what direction it is relative to you. Just that intuitive nagging in the back of your mind that goes, someone out there is looking at you right now. So I think that's neat that they held of that as well. And the orcs are known for their extreme determination. But the only way it shows up in their core is that they can move an extra time in their turn, I guess. Oh, once per turn you can repeat an action you just took freely. It must be the same action, but its details can be different. For example, you can repeat a move action, but you move in a different direction. So that's it. And then there's runebots who can be constructed, but that's a bit more complicated than just that. So that's it. That's it for today. Thank you for watching. I hope you had a lovely time. I sure know I had, despite the fact that I spent so much time reading through a single TV Tropes page that it felt like it was repeating over and over and over the same couple of words. I found some nuggets of interesting stuff in there, and I am so happy for that. Thank you all for watching. See you next time. Hopefully, by the time I stream next time, I will edit and publish a video, but no promises. Until then, though, have a nice century.